Hello and Happy New Year to everybody, and thanks for taking part in today's live virtual workshop. Of course, the first one of 2021, so looking forward to painting these beautiful fireworks against a beautiful moonlit sky. So get yourself all geared up. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper. This is about quarter imperial, but you know, size doesn't matter. Working landscape here, I've got all my materials. A couple of extra little bits of materials that you may want for this is a round coin. Some kind of small round coin would be great and wonderful, and plenty of kitchen paper as well. So looking forward to getting stuck into this beautiful workshop starting around 10 AM UK time. Now I just want to mention next week's workshop, Sunday the 10th of January. That one is beautiful, paint beautiful snowdrops in a stunning woodland setting. Those little gorgeous white flowers that blanket the floor with a beautiful footpath weaving through the centre. This is going to be a wonderful painting for the new year. So make sure you get yourself booked in, because we are well over 60% full for that one already. Spaces are going quick. People's been booking through the night. Thank you so much. Get yourself booked in. The link, of course, is in the description and also on the email that was sent to you this morning with the link to view this video. So looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, grab a coffee starting at 10 AM. And while you're waiting, no better time to get yourself booked in, because today is the 40th live virtual workshop. So it's number 40, which means we've got some wonderful giveaways. And that giveaway will be some wonderful prizes that anybody that books into this workshop here on the 10th of January will get the chance to win some wonderful Mr. Palmer goodies, including some original paintings. So I'll see you at 10 AM. While you're waiting, get yourself booked in. We are nearly 70% full for this one, so a great time to book in is now, and I'll see you in a little while. Hello and Happy New Year to everybody, and thanks for taking part in today's live virtual workshop. Of course, the first one of 2021, so looking forward to painting these beautiful fireworks against a beautiful moonlit sky. So get yourself all geared up. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper. This is about quarter imperial, but you know, size doesn't matter. Working landscape here, I've got all my materials. A couple of extra little bits of materials that you may want for this is a round coin. Some kind of small round coin would be great and wonderful, and plenty of kitchen paper as well. So looking forward to getting stuck into this beautiful workshop starting around 10 AM UK time. Now I just want to mention next week's workshop, Sunday the 10th of January. That one is beautiful, paint beautiful snowdrops in a stunning woodland setting. Those little gorgeous white flowers that blanket the floor with a beautiful footpath weaving through the centre. This is going to be a wonderful painting for the new year. So make sure you get yourself booked in, because we are well over 60% full for that one already. Spaces are going quick. People's been booking through the night. Thank you so much. Get yourself booked in. The link, of course, is in the description and also on the email that was sent to you this morning with the link to view this video. So looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, grab a coffee starting at 10 a.m. And while you're waiting, no better time to get yourself booked in, because today is the 40th live virtual workshop. So it's number 40, which means we've got some wonderful giveaways. And that giveaway will be some wonderful prizes that anybody that books into this workshop here on the 10th of January will get the chance to win some wonderful Mr. Palmer goodies, including some original paintings. So I'll see you at 10 a.m. While you're waiting to get yourself booked in, we are nearly 70% full for this one. So a great time to book in is now, and I'll see you in a little while. Hello and Happy New Year to everybody, and thanks for taking part in today's live virtual workshop. Of course, the first one of 2021, so looking forward to painting these beautiful fireworks against a beautiful moonlit sky. So get yourself all geared up. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper. This is about quarter imperial, but you know, size doesn't matter. Working landscape here, I've got all my materials. A couple of extra little bits of materials that you may want for this is a round coin. Some kind of small round coin would be great and wonderful, and plenty of kitchen paper as well. So looking forward to getting stuck into this beautiful workshop starting around 10 a.m. UK time. Now I just want to mention next week's workshop, Sunday the 10th of January. That one is beautiful, paint beautiful snowdrops in a stunning woodland setting. Those little gorgeous white flowers that blanket the floor with a beautiful footpath weaving through the centre. This is going to be a wonderful painting for the new year. So make sure you get yourself booked in, because we are well over 60% full for that one already. Spaces are going quick. People's been booking through the night. Thank you so much. Get yourself booked in. The link, of course, is in the description and also on the email that was sent to you this morning with the link to view this video. So looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, grab a coffee starting at 10 a.m. And while you're waiting, no better time to get yourself booked in, because today is the 40th live virtual workshop. So it's number 40, which means we've got some wonderful giveaways. And that giveaway will be some wonderful prizes that anybody that books into this workshop here on the 10th of January will get the chance to win some wonderful Mr. Palmer goodies, including some original paintings. So I'll see you at 10 a.m. While you're waiting to get yourself booked in, we are nearly 70% full for this one. So a great time to book in is now, and I'll see you in a little while. Hello and Happy New Year to everybody, and thanks for taking part in today's live virtual workshop. Of course, the first one of 2021, so looking forward to painting these beautiful fireworks against a beautiful moonlit sky. So get yourself all geared up. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper. This is about quarter imperial, but you know, size doesn't matter. Working landscape here, I've got all my materials. A couple of extra little bits of materials that you may want for this is a round coin. Some kind of small round coin would be great and wonderful, and plenty of kitchen paper as well. So looking forward to getting stuck into this beautiful workshop starting around 10 AM UK time. Now I just want to mention next week's workshop, Sunday the 10th of January. That one is beautiful, paint beautiful snowdrops in a stunning woodland setting. Those little gorgeous white flowers that blanket the floor with a beautiful footpath weaving through the centre. This is going to be a wonderful painting for the new year. So make sure you get yourself booked in, because we are well over 60% full for that one already. Spaces are going quick. People's been booking through the night. Thank you so much. Get yourself booked in. The link, of course, is in the description and also on the email that was sent to you this morning with the link to view this video. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, grab a coffee starting at 10 AM, and while you're waiting, no better time to get yourself booked in, because today is the 40th live virtual workshop. So it's number 40, which means we've got some wonderful giveaways, and that giveaway will be some wonderful prizes that anybody that books into this workshop here on the 10th of January will get the chance to win some wonderful Mr. Palmer goodies, including some original paintings. So I'll see you at 10 AM. While you're waiting, get yourself booked in. We are nearly 70% full for this one, so a great time to book in is now, and I'll see you in a little while. Hello and Happy New Year to everybody, and thanks for taking part in today's live virtual workshop. Of course, the first one of 2021, so looking forward to painting these beautiful fireworks against a beautiful moonlit sky. So get yourself all geared up. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper. This is about quarter imperial, but you know, size doesn't matter. Working landscape here, I've got all my materials. A couple of extra little bits of materials that you may want for this is a round coin. Some kind of small round coin would be great and wonderful, and plenty of kitchen paper as well. So looking forward to getting stuck into this beautiful workshop starting around 10 AM UK time. Now I just want to mention next week's workshop, Sunday the 10th of January. That one is beautiful, paint beautiful snowdrops in a stunning woodland setting. Those little gorgeous white flowers that blanket the floor with a beautiful footpath weaving through the centre. This is going to be a wonderful painting for the new year. So make sure you get yourself booked in, because we are well over 60% full for that one already. Spaces are going quick. People's been booking through the night. Thank you so much. Get yourself booked in. The link, of course, is in the description and also on the email that was sent to you this morning with the link to view this video. So looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to this one. Get yourself geared up, grab a coffee starting at 10 AM. And while you're waiting, no better time to get yourself booked in, because today is the 40th live virtual workshop. So it's number 40, which means we've got some wonderful giveaways. And that giveaway will be some wonderful prizes that anybody that books into this workshop here on the 10th of January will get the chance to win some wonderful Mr. Palmer goodies, including some original paintings. So I'll see you at 10 AM. While you're waiting, get yourself booked in. We are nearly 70% full for this one, so a great time to book in is now, and I'll see you in a little while. Hello everybody, Happy New Year to everybody, and thank you for joining us for the first one of the year, first one of 21. So looking forward to painting in this beautiful fireworks scene. So hello to everybody, hope you had a good Christmas and New Year. And here we go, it all begins again. Looking forward to this. Hopefully you got yourself all geared up, got your watercolour paper hanging around, and stuck to a board, of course. Now lots of people ask me this question: should we have this on a slope or should we have it flat? Well, for this picture and for most pictures, a little slope is fine. I mean, I'm using easels, that's because I'm demonstrating, of course, which makes sense. So we are broadcasting live, and to prove that, there's normally 2 or 3 minutes delay between me and you, but you can see here that's the official live time. There you go, just gone 10 o'clock on the 3rd of January. So live broadcasting, as we know, has its problems. There's always a few things that can go wrong. Power cuts. I think we had a power cut before Christmas, actually. The only time I've ever had a problem was a power cut in the entire Derbyshire area in the UK. But, you know, anything can happen. If that does happen, just relax. You don't need to tell me. I'll know if it's gone off. I'll go and make a coffee. In good English fashion, we'll put the kettle on and then we'll come back and we'll be all set, ready for action again. But it doesn't happen, it's rare. It's happened maybe once, and that was a little power cut that we had. And I don't think you would notice that because it was during the lunch break. And yes, we do have about a 30-minute break, so you can get a coffee and a rest, okay? So we're all set for this one. Hopefully the audio and everything's fine. It's all set up ready. Quite a lot of setup goes into these workshops, as you can probably imagine, but let me know if the sound's clear. Now there's, at the minute live, there's 185 people watching live, which means that there's always going to be someone that's got the volume turned down a bit low. Turn your volume up, set the YouTube video player to the highest quality you can, and if it goes off at your end, it's your internet, not mine, okay? I'll just get that out there. But anyway, forget all that. Happy New Year, welcome to this firework workshop. Looking forward to this, trying some nice new techniques with you, enjoying it, using just basic colours, of course, brushes and a sheet of paper. Now size doesn't matter, this is quarter imperial, whatever, it's up to you. This is a knot surface, which is a middle grain surface. This is the Matthew Palmer paper that we sell on Watercolour TV, of course. There's the website. It's beautiful stuff, made in France. And yeah, we're all set. Now, a few other little things to mention. First of all, next week's workshop, which is Sunday the 10th of January, that has been filling up very quickly. Love the snowdrops, of course. It's one of the first flowers. Is it the first flower to pop its head? I think it is. Snowdrops, the beautiful flowers carpeting a woodland. It's going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette, gorgeous trees, and a nice footpath weaving through the centre. Get yourself booked in for that, folks. It's not close-ups of flowers. It's not snow. I had somebody say, is this snow? It's not snow, it's snowdrops flowers, which is one of the first flowers of the year, at least here in the UK anyway. Beautiful one to do, folks. We are over now 80% full for that one. If you do book in, you stand a chance of winning some wonderful goodies. Today is the 40th workshop, so we've got some good giveaways. We have an original painting by Matthew Palmer. This is a gate, a fence with some flowers on, some cow parsley. That'll get sent out to somebody. And all you do to take part in this is book into the workshop, and then you're all set. We've also got a wonderful giveaway with some Search Press watercolour books as well. We've got 3 watercolour books here also to give away, worth around £45. They're going to be sent out to somebody. And also a £20 watercolour TV voucher, not to use for workshops. You cannot use vouchers for workshops. It's for the art shop. So we've got combined value with the painting, around £150–200 worth of stuff to give away during the live workshop. And to take part, get yourself booked into this. You can't go wrong. All right, get yourself geared up, folks. We're getting stuck into this. Let's get the camera nice and close. Bookings are coming in. If anybody's got anyone's got any questions they'd like to email, so Joanne Parkin, hello to Joanne Parkin. You tell me there's 2 of me talking. Well, there's only 1 of me here. Sometimes it'd be nice to have 2. There's only 1 of me, and there's only 1 microphone. So have you got 2 devices playing? Have you got 2 speakers playing? Has anybody else got a double sound? There's only 1 of me here. I'm only broadcasting on 1 speaker. So if anyone's got any questions they want to ask on email, that's the email address at the top of the screen, folks, mattartist@me.com. Or, of course, you can ask them in the live chat as well, which is obviously running along in the background. Can't go wrong with it, folks. You can smell the excitement of the new year, fireworks. It's going to be a belter, this. Looking forward to this. Just get the tripod nice and close, and we'll get ourselves all geared up. So I suspect, Joanne, you've probably got something happening at your end with the audio. We are only leaving the building with one speaker, so 1 microphone, shall I say. Sorry. There we go. Okay, brill. Right, so let's have a little talk about materials for this one then. So to start with, it's all about capturing this wonderful dark background with the moon in. That's the first sort of mission, let's say. That's the first job. Now, as far as colours are concerned, we're sticking to basic colours like we've done through all 40 live workshops. Of course, if you've missed any of the workshops, you can get access to all of them on the website. You can bypass ones, but it's a bit of a buzz doing them live. I'm sure some of you agree, hopefully, on that one. So what we've got here, folks, is primary colours. Now, primary colours, some of you'll know to be red, yellow and blue. Now, there's 1,000 different red, yellow and blues, as you could imagine. If you've got my painting system, that's a bit of Derbyshire. If you've got my painting system, then you've invested in the natural colours. You've got blue, yellow and red here. What I've got, though, is natural blue. Look at that, extreme close-up. No expense spared in 2021, let me tell you. Matthew Palmer's natural blue. Now, if you've not got that, do not worry, because don't fear. I can smell the fear, but don't fear. Because you could use something like French ultramarine, cobalt blue. Blues to avoid would be Prussian blue and phthalo blue. They're a little bit too tropical, let's say. A bit too bright blue, okay? Non-granulating blue is also a nice one. When it comes to yellow, a bright yellow is a good one. That's the colour you tend to use more of. So what you've got here, folks, is natural yellow light, natural yellow light. If you've not got natural yellow light, and make sure it is the light one if you've got it, you might have possibly cadmium yellow, or you might even have aureolin, something like that. Gamboge is another one you might have possibly. Brill. And then when it comes to red, something like a crimson red. This particular one is natural red. If you've not got that, you might have alizarin crimson, very similar, or you might even have rose madder. But a darker red is better than a brighter red. If you've not got a darker red, then a bright one will be fine. We have mentioned on this one that white is pretty much an essential. If you've not got white, please don't worry. But white paint for this particular painting, with it being fireworks, would make sense, a lot of sense, okay? So white paint would be good. Now here we've got natural white. If you've not got that, you might have gouache, or goulash as a few people like to call it, or acrylic white, or even oil painting white, but some kind of white watercolour, preferably from a tube. Now we'll not put that in here just yet, we'll pop that to one side for a little bit later. That's the colours. Now, with it being fireworks, there's no limits on colours, but obviously we've always advertised these workshops as using 3 colours and 3 brushes, and that's what we're going to do. But there's always options, adding extra colours to your palette. For example, fireworks, you know, just think about fireworks to be as colourful as you want them to be, you know, oranges, whites, greens, blues, whatever. But the secret formula for the fireworks later on is white paint for 1, a craft knife 2, a craft knife would be very useful, and also if you've got a stiff eraser, a stiff rubber, you'll see that we can use that as well a little bit later on. Okay, a rubber or an eraser, or even a bit of blue tack or white tack, but a stiff rubber, or even if anyone's got one of those maskaways. Have you seen the maskaways? It's a product that you can buy for taking masking fluid away. I've got one hanging around the studio somewhere. Let's see if I can find one here. That's a maskaway. Not an essential by any means, but a maskaway is a very stiff rubber. That's all it is, if we're being honest. It's the gadget what allows you to take masking fluid off, okay? But it's a stiff rubber. A stiff rubber, if you've got something, it's like a plimp sole sort of sneaker trainer kind of sole. That's what that's made from. But something like that would be very useful for some light and dark effects. So craft knife white, that it's all good. Plenty of kitchen paper in case we get emotional, but we don't need them till a bit later. We'll pop them to one side. We're also going to be thinking about using... Welcome to Joseph, by the way. We have missed you, Joseph. I can see the comment. Well done. It's good to see you back. Happy New Year to everybody around the world. A round coin a round coin. This one's an English 5p, which is quite a small coin. And we're going to take a bit of kitchen paper, we're going to fold it in half, and we're going to pop a round coin, a small round coin, doesn't really matter the size of it. If you've not got a round coin, you could use a credit or debit card for this. It's going to be a long day, folks. Twist it around, so you've got this nice round stamp. It's a double folded over. That's for the moon. Now, if this bit doesn't work for you, don't worry, because I'll show you how to get the moon later, okay? We need to put the moon in the sky to help. No sketching for this one, which is beautiful, like that. Straight into the painting. Getting yourself all nicely geared up. You can't go wrong. And what we're going to do, very simply, is mix up a few colours. Now, as always, I'll put the colours on here for you, so you can see the mixes. We can mix them together, and then we'll chuck some paint on. All right. Now, as far as brushes are concerned, you've got your 3 standard brushes, which we tend to use pretty much all the time. Really, you've got a large brush. This one's a 20. Or a 16 or a 14, but some kind of large brush would make perfect sense. We've got a 10, a size 10 brush here, look, a 10 or a 12, and this one is a 5 or a 6 round brush. Those 3 brushes will do pretty much the entire picture. If you want to go a bit further and get some more detailed brushes, then think about if you've got access to a rigger brush, or in this particular case, a branch and detail brush, which is one of my own brushes, of course, for doing the super detail. If you've got a square brush, in this particular case a Matthew Palmer lift out brush, brilliant, because that will make some wonderful trails for the fireworks. But really it's all about using what you've got. You can do all the picture from these 3, but one brush that you may want is something a bit finer. Some are a bit finer, innit? Right, let's do this. Let's do this, folks. We can smell the excitement in the room, can't we? Now, again, folks, if we happen to lose the connection at any point, don't worry. Give us 15-20 minutes, you'll get the connection back eventually. Unless the power goes off. The weather's not great here in Derbyshire. We've got snow, sleet and rain, which can affect the live broadcast. Welcome to all the new faces today as well. It's good to be joined. Thank you. Okay, so big brush, size 20 brush here. What we'll do, folks, is we'll prep all the colours. We'll get all the colours put together first, and then you know exactly what you're doing, and you can't go wrong, can you? What could possibly go wrong? So, nice clean brush. Now, I've not painted a picture since the demo I did on Watercolour TV just before Christmas. So I've had a couple of weeks out, which has been great, because it's been such a busy excuse me, such a busy year, so it's been nice to have a bit of time out. Big brush, and mix up some colours for the sky. First of all, we want a bit of a warm colour. We want some kind of warmth, okay? Now, notice I put the water in there first, but a good tip is to wipe off that excess on the side and even shake off the drips. Now, for some reason, I'll say this once this year, the men seem to shake the drips off better than the women. Don't know why. Maybe it's a practice thing, possibly. What we're going to do here is we're going to mix up some yellow. Fairly strong, medium to ish, so a big blob of yellow and a little dot of red. Now that'll give us an orange, we know that. Now, too much red is a problem. Now, if you're using my full set of colours, you might have natural orange, use it. Use natural orange if you've got it. But that's a nice kind of fiery orange. We're going to pop that just there. Look at that. Beautiful. Can't go wrong with that, can you? Not too strong. Test your colours on your neighbour's picture. If you've not got a neighbour, then just test your colours on your own picture. But you've got this here. Clean brush. Again, make sure you give that brush a good swirl around. Wiping off that excess. And then what we'll do here is we'll get some purple, some violet. Okay, now violet's pretty easy. Blue, quite strong. Don't be afraid of the strength here, folks. You need strong colours for this picture. See the blue, a good chunk of blue. Ooh, that's a good chunk of blue. And then what we'll do is we'll pop some red in it, so you get that purple. Now keep adding the red to it. A deep purple, be inspired, put some music on in the background. Look at that, a good rich purple. We need strong colours. Bit of water went in there first, but only a touch. Lots of blue. It's better to work from tubes if you've got the option, because you get much more colour, strength in colour coming out of your brush. Yeah? So purple, basically. Blue and red. If you've got natural violet, use it, but use it strong. We need some strong colours here. Now that's got a big chunk of red. There's quite a lot of red in that colour, but that's fine. Clean the brush again. Wipe off that excess. And let's do the same again. A thick blue. This is where we need to make sure, folks, this is so important here, that you're using strong colours. Notice that I'm wiping the brush on side at palette. Plenty of blue. Plenty of red. Again, mix another purple. Notice the wipe. So I'm mixing the same colour I've just done, but then I'm adding yellow to it. I'm adding yellow to it because we need to get a good dark sky. Adding little bits of yellow to that purple will make it go more towards a grey. Now there's not a huge amount between those colours, but this one has got the yellow in. It makes the colour darker. We need to see strong colours here, folks. We need strength in these two. I can't say that enough. Please prep yourself, test your colours, get it all geared up. You need a good, juicy, strong bit of colour, and lots of it as well. Yes, of course, you can use natural grey. But these two colours, the purple, that grey, so important. Also remember, folks, you've got your coin that you've wrapped in tissue. A double fold the tissue over. If you've not got a coin or tissue, you can buy these on Watercolour TV. $12.99 each. It's called the Matthew Palmer Moon and Sun Painting Tool. Stamping out. Limited edition. I'll take 3, please. I'll have 3 of them. 3 of them. Free. Did anybody get any Matthew Palmer painty goodies for Christmas? Any vouchers? Did anybody get any brushes, books, paints, DVDs, palettes? Anyone get anything? No. Neither did I. Neither did I. Long story. Anyway, we're all geared up. We've got the orange, which is the lighter one of the colours, of course. Yellow, red. This one, purple. Nice thick blue, thick red, and the grey is the secret. We need to see darkness. I can't stress it enough, folks. And my advice to you here, once you've got those colours, clean your brush, wipe off that excess, and pop a little bit of water here. Mix another strong grey. Mix another one of these darkness, because I guarantee, a New Year guarantee, that you will run out. So I'm mixing another one. So the blue, bit of red, and then the yellow. Without darkness there's no light. I think that phrase is now copyrighted by Disney. There we go. So we've got another strong grey. Doesn't matter if it's a bit more towards a blue or red, it gives variation, but it's there. As long as you use your same colour, so those two. are pretty much the same, you see. Are you with me on this? Are you on the same page as me? Clean the brush. Now, I've used a lot of water, and that water looks like the River Thames on a good day. So what I want to do is I want to swap it out for some the River Morn, the River Derwent. Look at that. It's got a green tinge and an old shopping trolley in there as well. Right, so that's all the colours for the minute, folks. We're talking dark, we're talking strength, we're talking colour. What more could you possibly want in life? Then we'll get started. It's about bloody time. Now what we'll do, again folks, if anyone's got any questions, drop it on email, mattartistme.com, or you can drop it in the chat. I can see emails and the chat, it's in front of me. So it's there for you and you can get yourself sorted. When I say questions, I mean painting questions, of course. No personal problems, of course. We don't want any of them, do we? Huh? Show some fireworks. There you go, look, so I've done the job. We have fireworks already. That easy, wasn't it? Okay, right, so I suggest that you just kind of watch me first, folks, for this first couple of minutes, because I'm going to paint in the background here. I'll put the background in as a complete wash of colour. Obviously, using the colours that we just mixed. Bear in mind, blending blades, Darcy, your life is now complete. You've got those. It is. What we're going to do is put a big coverage on here to start with, and that'll get us nicely started, ready for action. The darker the better. I think I've said that, made that pretty clear. Please do get strong, rich colour. Okay, it's important you get the colours right. Don't forget your coin, which will pop in. If this doesn't work for me or you, there's a way to get it later. Remember, white paint is also featured. We have used the coin before in some of the previous workshops. Now, a few people have said to me, are these workshops for beginners? These are for beginners. These are people that want to learn, improvers. These are just to be enjoyed by everybody, okay? There's no script on who these are for, so just enjoy it. Okay, so I've got my big brush and quick jump to the palette. We're going to get the water here and literally wet the paper. Now, a good tip is just to give it a couple of wipes on here before, on the side, a couple of flicks on the side, piece of kitchen paper in the hand in case we start crying, and then what we'll do is we'll basically just jump straight in with this and wet the entire paper. Now again, my recommendation is you just watch this bit. We're going to prime the painting with water, which takes off the harshness. Now if you're using my paper, cotton paper, please remember that you need to wet it a couple of times, because it's cotton. If anyone's using cotton paper, it's designed to hold the water longer, which means the first coat of water just goes in and it doesn't dry, but it soaks in, which has primed it, and then you just give it a good sort of 2 or 3 coats. Everybody's got different paper and each paper performs differently. I'll say that. It's the one thing. There's no answer to that, Joseph. If the well, apparently you can get surgery, I think. If the brush isn't big enough, maybe you've got 2 brushes you could strap together with a bit of masking tape. So if you've not got a size 20 but you've got a couple of size 10s, does that work? Probably not, to be honest. So a good 2 or 3 coats of water, folks. Okay, that's kind of my second coat there. I'm looking around and going, you know, you can change direction, but a good coverage. Make sure you stick it down, preferably That's got a good coverage of water. There you go. And then we're straight in. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this. Look at the nerves. That's without a gin and tonic. I don't even drink gin and tonic. Now what we've got here, folks, is the orange. We're going to go straight into the orange. Mix it back together if you've mixed it, because it will settle. The yellow will sink. And that's it. You're off. Again, I recommend watching me first. Sweeps coming down with the orange. Bring it up into the sky. Just imagine you're conducting an orchestra, okay? Don't worry about it. Come down into the water as well. Important bit. Always come down to the water. Not the whole thing, just little bits. So it's going to be sort of bottom quarter water, top 3/4 sky and distant hills, if you like, or whatever landscape you decide to put on. Now if you want to push the boat out at this point, and there's no boats on this picture, what you could do is just before you move on to the darkness, just get a bit more yellow, mix it in with the orange, touch more yellow, there it is, and then just work a bit of yellow in just to give a bit of extra colour, but don't worry too much about that one. That's the thick yellow. Okay, so that's more bottom half of the picture. Let's go for the top half, folks. Still watching me, I'll give you time to do this. The purple next. This is where it gets interesting. Bring the purple in, loaded brush, right at the top. Bloody hell! Bring it in, sweep it in. It's not dark enough yet, but we're getting there. Sweep it down, rhubarb and custard, look, with the yellow. Cross your brush, see the cross, make sure you get plenty of coverage in. Sweep it down. Can you say slow motion? Bring it down. It graduates away into this. Look at that beautiful colour. Love the purple, blue, and of course the red. Down at the bottom, similar idea. Bring it up. So you come down from the top, up from the base, orange in the middle. Now this is it, folks. This is where it gets more interesting, because we're talking beautiful darkness. Oh, I'm excited. We'll get this colour on the brush, and what we'll do is we'll get as much darkness as we can. We need this darkness. Once you put your first bit in, if your colour's not dark enough, you need to make it darker. It's honestly, I can't say that enough. Darkness is the key. Now I'm not just covering the whole thing with darkness, I'm being a bit more patchy, but plenty of dark at the top, and then sweep it along and just leave some lighter bits here and there. Of course, we need darkness in the sky, don't we? Can you see these cross strokes all the way down to the bottom? This is getting more towards what we want, the darkness. Back to the dark again. Don't be afraid to even mix. If you run out of colour, because it's a strong colour, it's not going to cauliflower. If you don't know what a cauliflower is, then just don't worry about it. There's your blue. There's a bit of red, there's a bit of yellow. I'm just remixing. I'm simply remixing the colours because we know that we need it. We need the colours. It's all about strength. And like I say, folks, you're going to use a lot of colour here today. We know that, but that's all part of the fun of it. Now that should give me some extra darkness. Look at that, really strong, folks. And the darker you do, see the sort of forward back stroke I'm doing here? Just enjoy the process. Without that darkness, there's no light. That sounds like a little sign you'd put on your fridge. Let's put some at the bottom as well. All we're doing is leaving a little bit of light in this sort of horizon area, if you know what I mean. But I'm happy that there's enough dark there for these. So it's giving us a lovely blank canvas. And then I want to take this coin, folks, which is wrapped in a bit of tissue, and decide where I'm going to put the moon. I think over here, actually. Just press it firmly, just once, and let go, and that should take, look at that, hey? If you look close, you can see the Queen's head on there. So darkness, richness, strength in colour. Because the paint's thick, because the paint's nice and thick, it really doesn't matter if you go in a little bit after it's dry, or drying, not dry, because, like here for example, because the way watercolour works, if the paint's thick, there's no issue whatsoever with bringing in darkness. But that's got a huge amount of dark there, which is exactly what you need to put some fireworks in. Because like I've said a few times, without that darkness, there ain't no fireworks. Give it a go, folks. I'm excited for you. I am. I really am. And like I say, darker is going to be good for this one. That's got a good chunk of it as well on that, so I'm quite pleased with how that's gone in. Any questions? Can I go over how to wrap the coin in tissue? Yes, that's the hardest bit of the picture. Only joking. What you do is you take a round coin. Doesn't really matter how big or small it is. And then what you do is you fold the tissue in half, so you get double density, and you pop it in and you grab it from to the side, see, and then twist it like a magic trick. Twist it tight, make sure there's no little blobs, and that's your coin. If you don't get that, don't worry, because you can get that later. Okay, so don't worry too much if that's a bit you missed out on. Don't worry too much. What is important is the darkness, the richness, the strength in colour. And even at this stage, folks, I can go in and put a little bit of extra dark here and there. Just a dark top with that orange in the base there. That'll give us a good canvas ready for a firework display. Let me recap what we've just done, folks. So in case anyone's a bit scared, what you do is you wet the paper a good 3 times. This is a very quick version, folks. You can see I've not even cleaned the brush there. And then you start off with that orange, which kind of goes in the middle and a bit down towards the bottom. So about halfway down. Then you go for the purple. You go for the purple next, which kind of goes across the top. And you sort of cross it in. And then you put some at the bottom. Don't forget to put it at the bottom as well. You sort of leave a little bit of light in the middle, really, you know. Then it's into the grey, the darkness, and you put loads of that, and you keep going and going and going and going and going and going. Darker, darker. Mix more if you need to. Please make the colours strong. This is stronger than what you'd normally have, but that's because of the nature of the fireworks. Keep it simple, folks. Have a practice if you like. I'll give you plenty of time, of course, to work on that. And good luck to you. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy. Just enjoy the process. That's what it's all about. What could possibly go wrong? No sketching, which takes a lot of the fear away for a lot of people, I know that. And that's a good thing, you know. Go for it. Now, like I say, folks, if you don't get the moon, don't be too alarmed, because that can happen later. Don't worry about the moon. That's something we can get later. Just enjoy it. Just have a play with a bit of paint. It's better than watching the news, especially if you live in the UK. Is it not? Today's sponsor is Highland Spring Mineral Water. Just to alarm me for the strange noise. If it runs a little, Tracy, what you do? If it runs a little, what you do is you clean the brush, pinch the brush through your fingers, and then just go over the run. But if your paint's thick enough, it shouldn't run. So that's maybe a sign that you've not made your paint strong enough. Fresh blue from the tube is going to be your kind of secret for this one, okay? Just bear that in mind, won't you? If you're new to painting, it's quite daunting using strong colours, just bear that in mind. So it's good practice to do this, but richness, strength is the key. These brush strokes that we've got here, just let them be, just leave them, because this is literally just the start. The the picture's got a long way to go yet. Penny Hewitt, you need to make sure you've got fresh paint from the tube, nice and definite. It's all about strength in colour here, so it's all about strength in colour. Don't you worry about Brexit, Peter Kimberley. Let's worry about a bit of paint on a bit of paper. The paint will always flow. There's no problem getting paper. This morning for Brexit, I had we had wonderful meat-free sausages. They were nice, yeah. That's what we had for and Jacob had pancakes for Brexit. What did you have for Brexit this morning? Sausages too, Carol Apps. You can't make a good sausage for Brexit. Porridge for Brexit. Nice. Toast and marmalade. Not marmalade sandwiches. Paddington Bear. Barbara Satchwell, that is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. I don't know why they've been going on for how many years to come up with a Brexit deal. Well, literally every morning I wake up and know exactly what I want for Brexit. Like I say, this one it was meat-free sausages, it was very nice. Crumpets. See, now here's the thing, folks, you can help me out on this. Crumpets. You see now, when I was a boy, we used to call crumpets pikelets. Does anybody help me out on this one? A pikelet's the same as crumpets. Me and Sarah have, not arguments, but we do talk about this. Crumpets. When I think of crumpet, I think of Carry On, Sid James. Matron. Yeah, listen, it's always good to work from tubes. I mean, it's one of those things I learned early on. I always learn when I started painting, my first paint set was the little pans. But you soon realise that it's better to have tubes because you can just work stronger. But I'll be honest, there's not many paintings you'd work as strong as this, but it's nice to have the option. If you look at a painting like this one here, at the London Eye, the darkness that's here in these clouds is just as dark as the darkness that I've put on here. So it's strength in colour, and it is useful to have the strength and have the option. Working from a tube does make sense. Now what I want to do, folks, is give this a good blast with a hairdryer. This is going to dry off. While that's drying off, you can be entertained by looking at a painting of the Flying Scotsman. There it is. There you go. I'm going to just give this a quick dry, folks, alright? Just dry it off, don't worry, don't give up. Please don't give up, folks. That is the big thing to mention. You need to stick through. If you're new to these workshops, the people that aren't new need to pop some nice comments in the chat with big capital letters saying please carry on. Happy New Year to Claire and her mum. As we always mention, and you can see a few people talking about this, that every painting has a wall that you seem to hit this wall thinking this ain't going to work, this painting is not working. But if you carry on, 9 times out of 10, 95% of the time it will work. You just need to stick with it. But if you can dry your painting off, great, folks. If not, just let it dry naturally. Don't worry too much, but do carry on, folks. Big thing to say. Never give up on your painting until you've finished. Just enjoy the learning process. If you're a beginner, you're very much in that frame of mind that you expect everything to look perfect. It does take time, of course it does, but stick with it, folks. Do not give up. If you didn't get the moon, remind me at the end on email or in the chat, and I will show you how to do the moon at the end. Okay? We called them pikelets when we were kids, you know, but there you go. Can I just mention, folks, if anyone wanted to book next week's workshop here, we are about 90% full for this one, so a great time to book in to the workshop next week, of course, is now. Snowdrops in the woodland setting. This is going to be a beautiful vignette, okay? And the vignette will feature the flowers, a footpath running through the centre as well. It's going to be a nice one, folks. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. Get yourself booked in. More escapism, because it looks as though this virus ain't going to go anywhere, especially if you live in the UK. All right. Beautiful. I never thought that we'd be discussing crumpet on a live workshop, but I'm pleased we are. I am. I'm pleased. I really am. Just let me get my white balance fixed. There we go. Fabulous. There we go, folks. Nice and dry. Now, obviously, it looks messy, the picture, but when you put the mount on at the end, the frame, it always tidies it up. So that's something we'll look at a little bit later on. Okie dokie. Wonderful. So next thing we want to do is we want to decide where the lake and the sky is going to be. Now for this, masking tape is going to feature. It doesn't really matter what kind, just a good-ish quality bit of masking tape. Long enough to go across the picture. Now I don't want a huge amount of water, it's mainly about the sky for me. So what I'm going to do here is remove the stickiness. Stick it to the trousers a few times. And then I want to pop this about a quarter-ish up the picture. So probably about there. I want to stick that down. Make sure it's fairly level. Press it down. Okay, so that's about a quarter. It's maybe a bit higher than a quarter, but that's fine. It doesn't want to be too high up. And as far as colours are concerned, it's pretty much the colours that you've got in the palette, really. You can mix more. I'll show you how to mix those if you need to in a few seconds, okay? Okie dokie. So it's more of the darkness, basically, more of the strong grey. Okay, so let's have a little think about this. Now I've done with a big brush for the minute, so I'm on to the size 10. I just want to put a bit of landscape in this, not a huge amount, and it's pretty much using these dark colours here. So we've kind of got the colours that we need for this stage, but I've run out of them, so I'm going to mix more. And because we're working stronger than what we'd normally work, we do need quite a bit of colour. So if anyone has got the little pans, by the way, the little half pans or the quarter pans, or even the whole pans, which are the big size pans, then warm water at the start of your painting session will soften them. Same as if you ever get a tube of watercolour that's dried around the lid. Warm water, just leave it soaking for 5 or 10 minutes, normally works well. So there's the blue. Now yes, please do use natural grey. Blue, bit of red. I'm mixing the same colour, folks, that we've got here, but I've just run out of it. And the yellow, of course. So a strong colour for this nighttime scene. Don't be afraid to use the colours rich here. So that's pretty much the same as what we've got. So it's just more of the same. Size 10 brush. I'll pop that to one side. 10 or 12 brush, okay. So it's exactly the same colour that we had. Masking tape quarter way up. If you're not sure where to stick it, I'll show you. About a quarter of the way up, giving us a lovely chance to put some fireworks along the top where the darkness is. If you're not happy with your darkness of your sky, remember, and this is the cool thing about these workshops, you can pause this video, you can pause it, even the live, you can pause it, have another go, even re-wet this entire sheet of paper. It'll wash everything away and re-attack it again. That's a tip to remember. Watercolour is what we call fugitive, and what that means, you can reactivate it as much as you like at any time, and it allows you to go back in again. But it's better to do it now before you move on. But before you re-wet it, if anybody is, and you shouldn't need to, if anyone's thinking I'm not dark enough up here, then remember what you can do is dry it first, re-wet it with your big brush, and put more of the same, or just start again. But you can always put more darkness in, but now is the time to do that. Okay. Of course, natural grey is ready to go. It's the darkness ready to go, and it's the most used colour, so you can pick it up. You'll not see me use it on the workshops, and that's because I want people to have access to this. If you don't get the same grey every time you mix it because it's got more red or more yellow, it doesn't massively matter, but that's where natural grey comes in as a tube. And goes, it's ready to go and just enjoy. Well done for booking, folks. We are about 93% full for next week, so spaces are going. So down here, across this masking tape, we're going to add some distance. Not a lot, because it's not about that, but a little bit's going to go in. And you can decide what you want to put in there, if I'm honest. I'm going to go for some sort of, you know, landscape kind of situation, using strong colour, of course. Now, a good tip here is to wipe off the excess on the side. That'll reduce the amount of paint that creeps down the back, or even a bit of that on the tissue. Let's just go in and paint in some hills and nonsense. So let's just paint in some landscape. If you've got a bit of a nervous shake as you do this, it helps to give character at this point. Now listen, if you struggle to get shake as you do this, nip into your house, get yourself one of them vibrating machines that you've got, an electric toothbrush obviously, and strap it to that. That'll do it. Work along, folks. If you want to get some trees on, just think of landscape, do some verticals. Let's get close into that. So I've gone from a bit of a hill style to little distant sort of forest. You see I'm putting these little vertical lines? You can make it small. It doesn't want a huge amount of this. There's a place not far away from where we live called Rother Valley, which is near Rotherham in Yorkshire, Rotherham and alls, and they normally, in the normal world, do a firework display, and you've got these nice hills that surrounds it, and you've got these wonderful trees, and it kind of reminds me of that kind of thing. So I noticed a little sort of vertical spots, nice and strong with the colour. Doesn't want to be too big. We can bring those in. Or centre parks. Has anyone got centre parks near where they live? Or centre parks is it worldwide or is it just European holiday venue? And the local one to us is in the middle of Sherwood Forest, and there's all these log cabins, and it's just like this, and they do big fireworks at Christmas time normally, New Year. So you can see I've popped in lots and lots of little vertical lines, and then here we've got the silhouette of the hills, which you can go back into and pop a bit of extra height, bit of extra shape, and even pop some trees on the top of there, little tiny ones. Just block it in as strong as you can, don't be afraid of the colour. Go back over them again, keep adding lots and lots of layers, but that's the basic sort of background. With your masking tape in mind. I'll leave the tape on just for a second. Mary Kelly, 35th workshop, well done. 35. So you only missed 5 then, so you've done a big chunk of them. Has anyone done all 40? There must be some people. Darcy maybe, Pam maybe. Each one's something different, like I say. These will continue into the future. Make sure you keep an eye on the YouTube channel next week, folks, because I will be doing a live demo next week as well. That's the week of the 4th. So make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Please hit like to the video as well. Give me a thumbs up. And also, please, I can't say this enough, please do hit subscribe and the little notification bell. It does make a difference. The stronger the better for that, folks. The stronger the better. Yeah, so Penny's asking about separation. Yes, paints do separate, absolutely. Especially something with a lot of blue in. Blue always sinks, but just mix it back. It's 100% normal for paint to separate. Sometimes as it comes out of the tube as well. If a paint contains more than one pigment, then it's going to separate. So the kind of secret to this picture is really all about it's really all about strength in colour. So what I'm going to suggest we do now, folks, is we pick up the size 6 brush and this strong colour, make it very thick. So you got the blue, the tiny bit of red, but very strong, just a touch of water, and the yellow. So that is really quite strong stuff. I mean, that's proper thick, folks. It's the same colour but strong. Number 6 brush or 5 or something smaller. Excuse me. And basically, plan of action here is just to go in and just make sure things are dark enough for that horizon. Let's get close in here to this. So it's going to be hard to see dark on dark, but basically I'm just going to go in and just add some extra little vertical lines that sort of run in front of that hill. Can you see it'll look as though there's... Can you sort of get that? It's hard to see, but it's kind of dark on dark, which is not always easy to see, but it's there. Run it along. And then of course I pick it up over here, so you can sort of taper these down in the middle. I know that's very hard. Let me try and adjust the colour so you can see that better. I'm going to brighten up the screen, folks, so you can see it better as much as I possibly can. Dark on dark. There you go. So you can sort of get quite small in the middle and then take it higher as you go along. Just be random with it. Just be random. Sort of go over the trees randomly. You can see the darkness going in there, hopefully. Different heights. But the secret is that you're putting dark on dark, and that's going to be the secret to this one. You can see where the two colours change there, so you can see I'm going along here. Strength in colour. If anyone's using Payne's grey, that's a little bit too dark, but it will be okay for this. And then also, just before we move on, I'm just going to have a look around here for you a second, folks, because what I want to do here is just mention every so often, have a little think about popping a couple of taller ones in, which start off as vertical lines, then you sort of do the little brush out from them. One side of the line. So imagine there's a few individual sort of pine trees here, look. So you sort of do the two sides of the line individually. There you go, can you see those? Put some little dots at the top of them as well. So if you want to get a bit more interest into your distance, that's what you'd be thinking about doing. Okay. These are optional, by the way, I'll say that to you, so if you don't want to put these in, then leave it off. But just to show you again, if I pop a line here, and then do the one side getting slimmer, other side, a few spots at the top. And that'll give you that sort of nice kind of cedar pine style tree. Now I am using a number 6 brush, but notice that I'm holding it right at the tip. It's up to you what brush you use, folks. You could use something fine if you prefer. But it's all about darkness, strength in colour, that kind of thing. That's being the key. And these are completely up to you how you go about doing these. You can add some random tall lines around here as well, but you don't have to do any of these if you don't want to. If we're doing the Centre Parks at Sherwood Forest firework evening, then you would have some of these trees, because there's quite a lot of pine trees around Sherwood Forest, surprisingly. Same over here as well, in this corner. If I decide to bring a like a line for the top there, and just do the... You've seen me painting these a few times. If anyone did the Northern Light painting in November, we did have some of those big trees in. And it's nice, it's good to see, folks, and it's a nice little bit of landscape. You can see the whole thing there on screen, but what's important here is that you really made sure things are dark. Now here's the thing, folks, when you take this tape away, there is a chance of it slightly ripping, so just be careful. The best piece of advice is get a hairdryer and actually turn it on and blow it against the tape. Somehow it loosens the adhesive. Now as you pull it off, peel it down very, very carefully, folks. If you've got any seepage, at the bottom as it's crept down, all you do, let me show you, is put the tape a little bit lower, turn it over, put it a little bit lower, just a touch lower, and it's a way of getting rid of any seepage that you might have. So if you bring it a touch down, it's a way of getting rid of any seepage that you might have. just paint over it again basically. Now, just in the chat, someone asking about using minimal colours. Now, if anybody was on Watercolour TV recently, we did a demo of a post box in the snow, but here is a painting of London, Westminster, just using 2 colours. So it's cadmium red for the foam box in natural grey here, and that's just using 2 colours. It's like a monochrome or a duotone. It's a good way to learn shadows. So if you're new to painting, it's a good way. If you remember a Watercolour TV, then there's a lovely monochrome on there of a bus in London, and also there's one of a post box in the snow. As part of your membership to Watercolour TV, you can enjoy that. It was this one here. So all the background was just grey and the post box was red of course, but we used some yellows in here and things, but you could do that picture equally with just grey and red if you wanted to. So if you remember a Watercolour TV, you've got access to that. Yes, Prague. So if anybody's a member of Watercolour TV, there's a painting of Prague, the Charles Bridge in Prague, which is just using sepia, natural brown and sepia and skin tones, and that's there as well. So far, if you're new to painting, what you've done is you've created a picture, because as soon as you put landscape on, you've got a simple scene, but obviously we're going to put fireworks here, and we need to reflect these hills next. That's the next stage. Again, using the same dark colour, using just the same colour, the same darkness. So the focus now is on the bottom of the picture, and very simply let's have a look at putting a little bit of reflection. Doesn't want a huge amount, folks. Same colour, same brush, the number 6, 5 or 6 brush. It's a bit dry, so I'm just going to freshen it up with a bit of water. Now I'm just going to wipe off that excess on the side of the palette, so it's not got as much, and even just a gentle tap on some kitchen paper, so you just removed a little bit of the excess colour, because when we do this we need to be slightly drier. And the idea here is to go in and work horizontally. Hold the brush, practice this first, hold the brush quite loosely and go horizontally across, working down in one direction. Now because I'm right-handed, I'm going from left to right, and I'm working in little stages. Notice those lines are speckled, a speckly line, because it helps to give that hit and miss feeling. Now these lines are created simply by letting the paint sort of wiping off that excess. So it's on the brush, a couple of taps on the tissue, hold the brush loosely, practice first and go horizontally across. It does help to wipe the excess off on the palette. Keep those lines horizontal. It also helps to stand up first for this one. Now it might seem as though I'm going forward and back, but I'm not. I'm going in one direction, and each time I go across I'll lift it off and move on. Of course, if you're left-handed, you may well go the opposite way. I don't know. You might want to start from the other side. So pick it up, 3 or 4 taps on tissue, and then continue across. Keep your lines horizontal. Do practice this, folks. Please, please do practice this effect. Build it up. Keep revisiting. Can you see I'm revisiting? Making sure it's nice and strong along that horizon. Like so. Okay? Moving across. Little horizontal strokes. But if you look really close at those, let me get close in, you can see the divots, the texture in the paper, and you can see where the paint catches it and hits and misses. That's what I'm after at this point. So I keep picking a bit more paint up every time, but I just wipe off that excess, tap it off on the tissue, and I'm using the point of the brush. I'm kind of holding the brush at a right angle, so like that, and I'm holding it, you know, fairly far back, but I'm being cautious. And like I said a few seconds ago, I will work back over it all again to make sure it's got more colour at the top. So what we're doing is we're basically creating a blank canvas, if you like, ready for getting the lighting for the fireworks and the reflections of the fireworks. Now I shall be reflecting the tall trees in a second, so don't worry about those. If you've got a taller hill, like here, make it taller. If it's slimmer, make it slimmer. Beautiful. There we go. Now if I zoom back on that so you can see what we've created, you can see we've got the sort of horizontal reflections. The moon reflection, we'll get that later. The fireworks, we'll get that later. Don't worry about that, folks. Just focus on the darkness at this point, and again, just keep adding more and more to it. Walk back a little bit, lean back, have a look at your picture, say, you know something, I'm going to put a bit more colour here, and so on. Just keep walking away, look at it from a slight distance, and just let the painting just happen. But as I walk back and I see that there's not quite so much darkness here, I'll just put a bit more on. But all the time it's made up of just hundreds of little horizontal flicks. One direction, lift off, put it back, one direction. The quicker you do it, the better, because I think the more natural it looks as a line. I don't know if that makes any sense. So like I said, lean back, have a look, think about, could that be a bit darker, could that be a bit darker, and just keep working at it. We're almost at a stage where we can move on from darkness and move into lightness. You'll be pleased to know. Although painting these dark colours is probably one of my favourite parts of any picture, because it's the darkness that makes the picture pop. I've just mixed up some more colour there just to make sure that I have got it really dark on that edge, because it needs it. It needs it. So I feel on mine I want a bit more over this side. I think it's because it's further away and sometimes it gets a bit left out, so making sure we're all nice and dark. Now I want to mention, of course, the pine trees. If you've got the tall trees, how would you reflect them? I'll show you. What you do is you pick the paint up, same way, tissue, wipe a big chunk of it off 4 or 5 times, pinch the brush so it goes, can we see, make the brush go spiky. This is one to practice, folks, okay? I'll show you. Because what you do, where the tall trees are, if I'll do those, there's more to see. Vertically, straight down, practice it first, this one. It's quite daunting, this one, I think. And that will help to reflect those. Surprisingly quite long. Can you see? These are what I call skid marks, remember? Wipe it off, pinch it, practice it on a scrap first. Don't just jump in right, I'm gonna do this. Just be a little bit more cautious. But it's really quite effective, and if you look back, it reflects them. Can you see how they look reflected? Nice, isn't it? On the main ones, you know, on the tall ones, it just somehow turns it into a lake when you do that. Now if you've got any taller ones elsewhere, maybe over here, again, pick it up, wipe it off 3, 4, 5 times, pinch it, and then put some more on. Don't be afraid. We've got tall trees, but the really tall ones can come quite low. It's what we call a very dry brush, folks. And if you're not sure what a dry brush is, it's the opposite of a wet one. Basically down here on the scrap paper is the effect. So wipe it off, pinch it, and then do that. You need to practice that, because I've seen people get themselves all prepped and then they go in and they just do this. And of course that ain't right, is it? So it's all about practice. Practice the techniques, which I'm sure you agree is the secret. But it does make a difference to the picture. It makes it look like water, which is good. We have a lake. We have a moonlit lake, folks. So if that was what you wanted, you have a moonlit lake, and it looks like a finished picture. But of course we're going to decorate it with some New Year glitter and fireworks. When I say glitter, I'm not using glitter, I just want to put that out there. Well done to everybody, by the way, that took part in this workshop. Just before Christmas 2020, we did the it was the 20th of December, we did the Robin as a live workshop. What a stunning painting that was to do. I loved that, and it was great to see your pictures as well. So well done if you took part in that one. For the people that are new to these, I mean, that's a good way of seeing the sort of detail that we like to go for. Look at the quality of the detail in there. What a pleasure that was. If you missed any of the past workshops, don't forget you can purchase them all on Watercolour TV, because once you've actually bought a workshop, it is yours to keep. So you need to save the email and you can save the picture. Now if I look back on this picture, folks, even at this stage without any fireworks, you've got a picture. You've got a moonlit lake. ready for some beautiful fireworks. Yeah, looking forward to doing them. Sharon Tucker's having problems rewinding. Sharon, have you tried resetting your computer maybe? There's not normally an option with the rewind, to be fair, so I don't quite know. Unless YouTube's got some problems maybe. The rewind function is definitely turned on at my end, so it might be a cache problem. Sometimes if cache is the memory that builds up on your computer, the more websites you visit, the more this cache fills up, and you can clear that cache. So if you clear the browsing history, clear cookies, you might find it works, Sharon, and it'll be fine. But it depends how powerful your computer is, that kind of thing, because it does have to sort of store the broadcast. Just remember that the more we build up on this picture, the darkness we have, the fireworks are going to win, aren't they? The fireworks are going to win on this one, without question. We know that, don't we? They're going to dominate the skyline, of course, and the painting at the same time. So Brenda is asking how she can lighten up the water. Don't worry about any lightness just yet, we'll get to that. Lightness is still to come. But what you've got here is a picture that looks like a complete picture, albeit a simple scene, but it works. So you can sort of treat this as a workshop in its own right at this point, but then let's move on, let's bring in some extra. Just want to do a little bit more in the water, get a little bit of ripple, not much, but a little bit, and then we'll start to look at painting, of course, the fireworks. So let's get close into the water now then, along the base here. Now into the palette for a second. There it is. What we're going to do is use the 6 brush. That grey's too strong, I want to dilute it a little bit. So I'm adding water to the grey for the first time. And I want to pop it here just to show you the colour. Can you see I've gone much lighter with that grey? Pop it over there as well. Not massively, but a little bit. Just wipe off the excess on the side. Bit of a tap on tissue as well. So it's about half the strength. So just add water basically. And what we're going to do is hold the brush loosely and just across the foreground add some horizontal lines. working back until it runs out of energy. Let me get closer in so you can see that. Again, it's much lighter in colour, so I'll pick the paint up, give it a couple of quick taps and do horizontal. Practice, stand up, it does help sometimes. Straight in on the masking tape and then work up until it disappears. Do it in bits. If you do it all the way along, you get windscreen wiper effect. Across, just a little bit of foreground ripple, it'll lift it up, folks. Can you see it tapers? Practice the effect. I'll show you again on some scrap in a second. So all the way across. Don't forget to give it a bit of a tap on tissue first. You might think that this is making your water darker, but it's all going to come alive when you reflect the moon and some little bits of reflections from the fireworks as well, of course, a little bit later. There we go. Feel free to revisit any bits that you feel looking a bit bland, but the basic effect, just to show you here, pick it up, just give it a quick tap on there and hold the brush quite loosely, about halfway, and hover forward, back, and then hold your brush like that, do the Winston Churchills, like chopsticks. If you're pointing straight with your fingers, it helps to keep the line straight. Now, some people do end up going the wrong direction here, or they end up going like this. So if you've got like a straight edge as a guide, it can help. See what I mean? Have a practice at it first, but it doesn't want a huge amount. It just gives a little bit of ripple in the water. Making natural grey darker, Frederick's asking this question. What you do is less water in your palette, more blue, more red. Okay, thicker means darker, less water, but you still, Frederick, need that little bit of water to make the paint stronger. Okay, that's how you make it thick. Bit of water, just what's on your brush, just a little dab of water, and then lots of blue. You can't use watercolour paint fresh, neat, if you like. You need that little bit of water with it. Can I just mention, folks, if anybody's not yet pre-ordered one of the books that's coming out next month, this is the new book that I've been working on for the past couple of years, Animals in Watercolour. 32 projects, there's about 150 pages worth of content here, folks. Now, I've popped the link in the chat, or if you just head on over to watercolour.tv and click on where it says art shop, and then where it says step-by-step books, you'll see that this book is available for pre-order, published by Search Press. If you buy it from Watercolour TV, you get one of the first 500, which is signed and numbered 1 to 500 by me. We've got about 25 to 30 copies left, if anyone's interested in getting one of those. It'll be late Feb, early March, and it'll get shipped out to you. So you can purchase on Watercolour TV if you want to get one that's got a limited edition. It's full of paintings of animals, from domestics right through to wild safari animals. Won't be long before it appears. It's a first edition, basically. Yeah, it's a first edition. Right, we're getting towards that stage for fireworks in a few minutes. Folks, I'll give you a few minutes just to work on this, and then we're going to make a start on fireworks. We shall be taking a bit of a lunch break just after 12 PM UK time. That's the UK time, there you go. Now I know there's a couple of minutes off on the time, but around 12 PM or just after, we'll be taking the 30-35 minute break. If you've got a pre-order already for the book, your name is in this folder here. These are all the pre-orders for the people that have ordered the book so far. It's been a 2-year marathon mission doing that book, 32 projects. And if you're not sure how to access that book, I'll quickly show you, folks. It's a bit crude, but it works. If you go onto the website, of course, watercolour.tv, the place where you booked today, and then you'll see art shop, and then you'll see the section that says somewhere around, there you go, Matthew's step-by-step books. These are published by Search Press, and you'll see there you've got the option for the pre-order of the animal book, £12.99. There it is. And that is the signed and numbered one. That's the only place you're going to get the signed and numbered one. Yes, you can buy them from anywhere, but if you want one that's a little bit of a collector's one, first edition, it'll say inside first printed and the date. It's quite a nice little thing, really, so make sure you check those out if you're interested. If you buy in the workshop, chuck it in the basket as well, you might as well. There's cats, there's dogs, there's tigers, there's lions, there's what else is there? There's rabbits in there, there's squirrels, there's crikey, there's 32. Birds, I love painting birds, one of my favourite subjects. And if you're not sure what kind of animal, my kind of quality of animal paintings were some of the first I ever did. Going right back when I was a boy. You can see here, this is the sort of animal stuff, the quality of the woodpecker there, look. You can see the beautiful detail. And there's a kingfisher. There's a kingfisher in the book as well, so lovely job. But that's the quality of animal stuff that you'll see me produce. Even down to the likes of this here. A butterfly on the flowers. We've done quite a few animal paintings in the virtual workshops. You can see some of them here. You can see the puffin, the bee, the hummingbird, the penguins, dragonfly, butterfly. We've also done flamingos here as well. And of course, we've painted, don't forget, we've also painted recently the robin as well. Okay, so let's make a start on the fireworks, okay? And a couple of tools that would be useful I mentioned a hard eraser if you've got one. I'll show you what that does in a second. But if not, just a normal eraser here. If you've got a mask away, use that. But it may or may not do something. A craft knife is also useful as well. And we'll get to that stage a little bit later on. So what an eraser can do, it can take away a little bit of colour. Doesn't always work, but it's an option. The first thing that we want to do is a splatter. Fireworks have lots of splatter, so we're going to get busy doing some splattering around here, folks. So just be prepared. Get yourself some kitchen paper, because very soon we're going to be doing some splattering around the sky in areas, okay? In different colours. We can think about whatever colours we want to use, okay? Okay, so Vivian Day has sent me an email saying help please, and she's dropped some water on a picture. Literally, it's only a tiny bit. Just put a well-placed firework there. Yeah? Just put a well-placed firework there. The books will be sent out as soon as they arrive from the publishers. It could be, I'm expecting late February, but as soon as they're available, you'll be the first person to get them, okay? As soon as we get them, they'll be signed, numbered. The first 500 come to me as a first edition, basically. Okay, right. Baby, I'm a firework. What we're going to do is bring some of that in now. But before we actually put the physical trails of the fireworks, we're going to add some glow to the fireworks. And for this, it's useful to think about using some kitchen paper, clean and dry, and either a lift out brush. A square brush would be nice if you've got one. If not, don't worry, because you can use a number 6 brush. Now, a lift out brush is a square brush with a stiff bristle that allows you to remove paint. You can see here, if you do this, you can quite easily take paint out, especially over the top of dark colour. This will just give us some warmth and some glow, okay? That's all it is. Okay, so if you've not got a lift out brush, just use a number 6. Clean your brush and just wipe the excess off on the side of your water pot. But it needs water to work. And then we'll come back to the picture. Here we go. And what we're going to do here, folks, is we're going to be adding some trails to the fireworks, okay? Now obviously the fireworks will be, if you're viewing them this side, they'll probably be launched on that side. Now I want to start off by using this square brush and going up and washing up some lines white with tissue. Okay, a streak in your sky. Already you can see where we're going. These will get lighter, these will have colour. Okay, we're adding streaks. Now if you've not got a lift out brush or a square brush, don't worry, because we can use the number 6 brush and I'll show you that in action. So I'm adding some trails. Now let me zoom back. You can see that's obviously just going in the one direction. I want to pick the board up and rotate it, just because working on an easel can be a bit challenging sometimes. And let's get another one. I don't want a huge amount of trails, if I'm honest, but just a couple of little hints. Now obviously the place that you're really going to see this is when you do it in this darkness at the top. This is just the first part of it, folks, okay? Now again, if you've not got a lift out brush, don't worry too much, because I'll show you how you can do this with a number 6. Wipe it with tissue. So we've got a few going off there. Now if you've got a number 6 brush to do this with, what you do is you clean the brush. So that's just got water on there at the minute. Use your fingers to cup it and basically make it pointy, but it needs water, otherwise it won't do anything. And you make use of the point of the brush, and you basically do that. It comes off. It should come off pretty easy because we're using strong paint here. Let's turn this the right way so you can see what we've got so far. We've got a bit of a fountain, a bit of an explosion. Now obviously we're going to be adding lots of big bangs. This is the trails, and we'll get to the big bangs later. Now obviously fireworks have a point, have a central point where they go, where they make a little noise, don't they? Hey? Yes, Andrew, if you didn't receive an order, then obviously it's got lost in the chaos of the Royal Mail or something, but yes, it will be resent to you, don't you worry. Because if we do that, we've got fireworks. That was easy. Okay, right, so yeah, pop a few trails on, as many as you want, and then what you do is if I get close into this, actually, let's get close in here, up there. You can pop a little dot, pop a little sort of twisty effect every so often. Where you want a firework to explode, pop a little dot and press it. Looks a bit odd, it'll get there. So basically I'm just using a bit of water here and I'm dotting wherever you feel a firework could explode from. Give it a press, a good firm press. Dab it with tissue. It's not going to be anything precise. White paint's going to do the majority of the work here. I think I've got some boards in stock actually, Taslim, so I think you can get them. This is the incidental work, let's say, that we're doing at the minute. You can see I can add as many of these as I like. If you want to make something brighter, as in one of the trails bright, just go into it again. Go into it a second time, because it'll take more paint off. This was part of the reason why we went so thick with the colour, because it comes off easy. I'm going to rotate this on the side again, and basically what I'm doing, folks, is just kind of going back in with a second coat of water on either the 6 or a lift out brush if you've got one, even better, because it'll come off easy on one of those, and it'll just make it that little bit brighter for you. Okay, you can see where we're going, can't you, already? Then of course what we can do is we can start to pull in some of the trails. Not many, because most of these we're going to paint in, but a few. Now what not trails, the explosion. I'm sure there's a technical name for them. But what you do is from those little spots you've put on, do like an umbrella, a palm tree. Make sure you curve it down. The majority of these will be added with, let me get close into that, with white. Okay, so you can take them out and curve. Make sure you curve them because fireworks do head towards the ground, of course, eventually. All over my car, New Year's Eve, there was lots of fireworks around. In fact, we had some fireworks, it was lovely. You've got to entertain yourself, haven't you? Just a few. Just for us, of course. So from those dots, imagine it's a bit of a palm tree. It's quite addictive doing this. Feel free also to keep rotating your board. It just makes the process easier. And again, if you go over it again, you can make it even brighter. I don't want to do every single one, of course I don't, but a good chunk of them. For practice, folks, you know, there's no rush on this. This has been one of the workshops I've been looking forward to doing for a long time. I was so close to doing this around early November, because in the UK, of course, we celebrate Bonfire Night, which is when Guy Fawkes attempted to, you know, do the business in Parliament. What year was that? Does anyone know what year it was? The gunpowder plot, they called it. There was a lot of fireworks around here. We had a few on the back garden for Jacob, he loved it. He did, my little boy. So this lift out technique, folks, is very, very addictive, I find. But you can see fireworks already, but these are the sort of soft ones, if you like, the glow. This is the glow that comes from the back of the fireworks, if you like. So this was all part of the reason, excuse me, this was all part of the reason why we wanted to go stronger with the colours. So if yours is green, maybe you had a bit too much yellow in the base of the sky, but you know, have a look at a nighttime sky. You do see lots of turquoises and greens. If anyone's ever photographed a nighttime sky, you get a lot of turquoise, especially on a stormy sky. You get a little hint of green, so don't worry too much, anything goes. And if there's fireworks hanging around, you probably get even more green because you get some glow from the... We don't worry about things like that. Yeah, my cat Daisy wasn't impressed with the fireworks, she never is, but I put her in my studio, she was nice and warm, She had a bed in there. She was happy. Just imagine you're doing a palm tree here, folks. Now, if you're not getting a clean edge out of the brush, don't worry, because this is just a glow. Make sure your tissue is dry. Yeah, people did start early this new year with the fireworks, didn't they? So the laser and fireworks show that they did for New Year in London was very impressive. It was kept a bit quiet, obviously, because they wanted people to sort of stay indoors because of all the different chaos with the virus. But I thought it was a good. It was a good show. Now, like I say, folks, if you want these to be a bit brighter, just go over it again. Now, at the minute, I'm just using this square lift-out brush, but I will show you how you can do it with a 6 brush as well. Remember that you mould the point of the brush. That's the secret. And it's like an umbrella coming down. But hopefully, we're starting to get that impression of the fireworks. And we can add as many or as few as we like. 1605, someone's done the research. Well done to Alison. Jacob was sat there with his headphones on, his ear protectors, listening to the fireworks. Only a few, but it was. You see, it's New Year's Eve, which I know some of you know because you sent me cards and messages. It's my birthday as well, so it's something that we've always celebrated New Year because of that reason. So thank you to the messages and the cards and the gifts. That's some wonderful gifts this year. Thank you for sending all the beautiful things from around the world. Very grateful. Had hundreds of hand painted cards from some of you guys, so look at that, beautiful. I love these, I love them. This is just the starting point, remember? We're not there yet. It's nice to take one off the top of the page, you know, one on one shooting up. Just gives more interest, and I'll probably do the same over here as well. Just gonna add a couple, just sort of almost kind of going up, as they're just sort of disappearing off the top there. Quite effective. I want to rummage around, folks. I want to leave you to work on that for a little bit, and I want to have a little rummage in my folder because I've got a painting of a UK city that is actually painted pretty much entirely with lift out, which is what we're doing here. The lift out technique is wonderful, but it's not the end. We're going to put colour into this. So if you hear some random noises, it's because I'm rummaging. So if you take a look at this painting here, some of you have seen this before. This is a painting of actually Manchester in the UK, but this entire painting was done in the same way that we're doing the picture now. This was done with lift out. So a thick wash of natural grey went throughout, thick pure paint went straight over a sheet of paper, left to dry, and all of these highlights that you can see in the buildings here were done purely with the lift out technique. even this misty building here. The only piece that was masked off, if you like, was the street lamps. But that's a similar effect to what we're doing today with the fireworks. Now if you're using a number 6 brush to do this, it works just as well. Sort of mould it through your fingers, but you need to get in and hold your brush literally like a pencil or a pen. I'll show you what I mean. Use the point of the brush and just go in. Any brush will take off the colour because it's so thick, but as I mentioned, the majority of what we're going to do will be done with white. So this is just like, you know, the starting point, if you like. Make sure your tissue is dry, folks. If you use damp, it'll smudge your paper. What I'd say to do on these fireworks, folks, is once you've done some sort of large main ones, whether it's using a number 6 brush or whether it's using your lift out brush, just go in. Just go in. So I've got the 6 brush here. Mould it to a point, damp of course. And then right in the centre of the firework, let's choose this one here. Just go in and pop some little small ones in. Just kind of weaving in between, little one there, down here. Just some little tiny ones from the centre. Now, and then give it a firm press. Can you see it puts like a little bit of a concentrated piece in? So just adding a few tiny ones to it, it just helps to give it some extra detail, I think. And then do the same. So a very different technique here today, folks. Lift out is a big feature on this picture, which is one of my favourite techniques. Make sure you've got dry tissue, because if your tissue is damp, it's just going to smudge and create little watermarks. Especially with the paint being so thick. I mean, that's getting a bit damp now, to be fair. So, is it me? Check your tissue. Is it me or is it moist? You need to check it. That just adds a bit of spit and polish, in my opinion. Happy birthday to John Ashley. It's John's birthday today. Celebrating by painting fireworks. Good man. Wow, looking nice, folks, over here. Now, if your paint's not coming off too well, it's probably because your paint's not thick enough, but don't worry, because white paint, as I mentioned, is going to feature a lot in this one, and that's going to make quite a difference to the picture, of course. It's quite an addictive little technique. I love doing this. Really, it's one of my favourite things to do, lift out. You might find a number 6 brush or something finer does this little piece better than the lift out brush because it's a smaller area. Or if anyone's got the full set of lift out brushes, remember it comes with a smaller one as well. Make use of it. Make use of it. It's also worth making sure as well that in the centre of the fireworks you can have a little bit of a blob around them and a gentle tap with a tissue. You know where it kind of explodes? So if you tap some water in the centre of them and press it over here as well. So if we just get a bit of water and just give it a bit of a tap around fairly loosely, look, with a damp brush, and then just give it a press and you get a soft centre, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. So if you find the paint's not coming off, like I say, it's more than likely because you've not got your paint strong enough. But remember, one of the biggest things we're going to do on this, folks, is add white mixed with other colours. Okay, so just have a little think about the white. We're also going to be using, fairly soon, a craft knife. So a few bits to get together over the break. First of all, get yourself a craft knife of some kind. The sharper the better. Can we see here? Get the focus to focus on that. There you go. See how sharp that knife is? That's quite a nice blade to work on. Another thing to get, folks, is some white paint. Of course, don't forget the white. But you know, at this stage, any colours that you want to use away from what we've been using so far. If you've got a watercolour set that's got more than 3 colours, please do feel free to use the likes of cadmium red, for example. Have you got cadmium red? Maybe you want to use some cadmium red. Have you got some green paint that you don't really use? Have you got some natural turquoise? But seriously, any colour you want to bring into this picture. Here I've got some natural turquoise, some natural red. You do not need any of these extra colours. You do not need them, but white is going to be very useful. Have you got natural orange? Have you got natural green? Have you got some colours that you think you're never going to use because they're too bright? Well, maybe now's your time to enjoy them and put them on your picture. So have a little think about that, folks. Let's have a break at this point. Let's have a bit of a break. Let's zoom back. We're going to take a break now, folks. 30-35 minute break as always. Let's put this picture back over here. Can I show you this picture, by the way? This is a painting talking about Sherwood Forest in Centre Parks. This was done from a photograph in Centre Parks. The beams coming through the trees were done with the lift out technique as well. I'll pop that there for you to enjoy while we take a little bit of a break, folks. Let me get the screen fixed. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's officially lunchtime. We're going to take a 30-35 minute break. So for those people that are watching this after the live event, please do feel free to skip over this. But if you're watching it live, obviously you can't do that. So a few things to get yourself prepped. Get yourself a craft knife, the sharper the better. Get yourself some white paint, natural white gouache, acrylic, something like that. And any colours, any colour you want. You know, I'll be sticking with the primary colours, yes. But if you want to introduce any other colours, then why not? Bugger the expense, you can use any colours you like today. It's New Year, let's celebrate. And then we're going to put some sparkles, we're going to put some explosions. We're going to make this thing look vibrant, then we're going to reflect it, of course, in the lake. So a few things to mention during this break, folks. If you've not booked into this workshop yet, please get yourself booked in. Wonderful giveaways, including a Matthew Palmer painting, this gate with flowers on. I want to give that away to somebody. We've got some Search Press books to give away, a pack of 3, worth about 40 quid's worth of books, and a £20 voucher to spend on Watercolour TV. So to take part, just get yourself booked into the workshop. The link is in the email and the description for this video as well. So we'll start painting again UK time around 12:50. That's about a 35-minute break. There's the current time. This is a couple of minutes off you because that's how the live broadcast works. I'll leave this on, the clock will be there. If we get any problems with connection, just give it 10 minutes and it'll get reconnected. But we're going to take a break, starting back 12:50 UK time. That's about 35 minutes. Give you a chance to get a break, to grab a Kit Kat. But the most important thing to say here is whatever you do not give up. Please come back, because this painting is going to go through some dramatic changes, as always. A famous Lego clock so you can see the time, and we'll be back. Thanks to the people that have booked the have purchased the book as well, the animal book. We've got a few left, folks, so if you want to get hold of the animal book as well, you can get hold of that as well. Of course you can. Let's put the clock over that side and you can see what's happening. There you go. The light tends to reflect off it, so. But we are about 90% full for the workshop for next week. No, more, 95% actually. So good time to book in is now, of course. Of course, if you're watching this back later, after, you can just skip over this bit, but people do like to have a break. Again, if we do lose connection at any point, you will get a new email sent. Okay, folks, here we go, ready to ready to move on. And start to build up more colour, more vibrancy with the fireworks, you know, bringing, like I said, any colours you want. To be fair, it's up to you. How you tackle this, you can decide, okay? So let's get close in and have a look at some colours down in the palette, first of all. Okay, so we've got the various bits and pieces that we mentioned. We've got the white paint here, and you know, just any colour that you feel would work in this, you can put it into your picture. So if you wanted to bring in some you know, purples, greens, it really doesn't matter. Yes, you can stick to your base primary colours. What you'll probably find you'll want to do though is, because that yellow's gone a bit dirty with all the poking around, so we've got some fresh yellow, so it's not a bad time to have a somewhat of a tidy up in the palette area. So I'm just going to get some kitchen paper here and have a bit of a clean up. This palette was the original from the first batch of my Easy Clean palettes, so it's seen some action, this palette, but it's still going strong. Probably about 4 years old maybe. There we go. Looking a bit fresher, eh? Now, as far as using white paint, what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm going to actually work in the palette with the white today. I'm going to put a nice healthy blob of white paint here. Now, white paint will dry with a slight shine to it. It's just how it works. It will have a bit of a sheen, a bit of a shine to it. For example, if you look at this picture here, the Robbie one that we did just before Christmas, it's got a bit of a, well, you can see that, possibly not, but it's got a bit of a shimmer to it. But it's a nice way to work. I mean, yes, you can think about using masking fluid, but that, I think it kind of overcomplicates the workshop when you start thinking about masking fluid. But white paint is one of those mediums that is just useful. And any white paint, whether it's gouache, titanium white, zinc white, but preferably from a tube. If you've not got tube white paint, you may struggle to get some detail out of the out of it, because it needs to be opaque, thick and opaque. And I'm going to be starting off by actually splattering. So I'm going to be using some white to splatter some of this sparkle that you get on your fireworks, some of the surrounding sparkle, as it were. That's going to be my first job, and I'll show you how to do this. Basically, I've got a number 6 brush here. Now it just wants a little bit of water next to the white. Don't dilute it too much. Have a practice at the splattering before you do it. Wipe off that excess on the side. See the little wipe on the side? And basically you splatter like that. Now on the back of this test piece here, I've got some little bits of paint colour tests. And if you tap like this or like that, so if you do it this way or against a brush, what you find, you can be in a little bit more control. If you hold it and press it, it kind of goes everywhere. So it depends what kind of splatter you're after, really. Now in the real world, on this picture that we're doing, obviously, how would that work? Please do have a bit of a practice. It's the pigment that makes the white. That's what makes it shimmer, if anyone's wondering. It's got a slight sparkle to it. So I'm going to start off by doing, pick the white up, and I want to basically take another brush and do some of that around the fireworks. Now if we get close in, you can see how effective it is already, before we've done anything else, already. Now if you want to be more widespread with your splatter, that's when you hold your finger out and sort of press it from the top, and that kind of goes anywhere you want it to, so you can follow some of the direction. Now feel free to rotate your board so you can get your splatters going in a direction that you prefer. Now the one that gives you the most control is stick the finger out, hold it at the bottom and tap it, and it seems to go in more of a direction if you do it that way. I always feel you can be in a little bit more control over it, like on these trails. If you want to do any on the trails, you can be a little bit more control about where it goes. And of course, because they are fireworks, you can pretty much put them, try this, from the bottom going up, following the trail. Does that make sense? Up there as well in the sky there's one. And the little bits of shimmer, little bits of magnesium, whatever it is that comes out of fireworks. So tiny bit of water, not too much. Start off by doing gentle taps, which is quite effective. If you want to be a bit more spread, that's when you can hold your brush quite firm and press it down to your paper. The tiniest little bit of water. You shouldn't need much, folks, for it to do this. Now don't worry about it going over the water, it's all part of it, it's going to go everywhere. Can you see? Just let it be. These are fireworks at the end of the day. If you want to be more in control, and that's when you pop the finger out and tap it over the... Now if you want to get a definite sort of splodge in a direction, what you do in that situation, that's when you pick up a little bit more colour. So you put the water on, you get the white, so it's not quite as, let's say, I've not wiped it on the side, there's more colour on, and when you do this it puts more of a blob, more of a directional blob. So if you want to make it look as though it's going in one direction, or it's sort of following a pattern, you can literally put your finger flat to your paper and bounce it along the finger. Now if you're concerned about it going over your water, why not put some kitchen paper around? But My mission with these fireworks is to try and concentrate the splatters in the middle. So I want to do a little bit more, as you can see, in the middles. Or feel free to do the method where we did this. I think most people find that easier, if I'm honest. It's quite effective. Now that's just one colour. Yes, we are going to change the colour, but have a go with that, folks, while I clean up the studio. It kind of goes everywhere. Protect your working space. It's a really nice effect on your fireworks, and yes, we are going to be painting in some different colours, some trails and that kind of thing. So if anyone's got a voucher that they had for Christmas and you want to book a workshop with a voucher, we did send instructions on how to do this. The voucher, the special voucher, it'll come up with an error, but you will, this is Sarah Cook I'm talking to, you will still have your booking as long as it goes through and you put the voucher in that you had for Christmas gift. That's the only way you can use vouchers. Vouchers aren't meant to be used for workshops, but the ones we were sending out at Christmas that people bought as gifts, book it. If you get an error, it's booked. Don't worry about it. We did send instructions with the vouchers and hopefully they were forwarded to you. Now please do feel free to add more colours to these. So for example, Sarah Cook, if you've used a voucher, you've put it in, it came up with an error, Sage Pay error, that means you booked him, okay? That's the only way you can do it, because they're not meant to be used for it really. But lots of people requested vouchers this Christmas. So. Now if you want to bring in any other colours into this, like yellow for example, then obviously what you do is you take some yellow and you mix it with a bit of white. It's the only way you can do it. You need to make the paint nice and thick. So nice thick yellow or any colour. Don't forget that little bit of water, of course. Tiny bit of water. But any colour you like that you've got hanging around the studio, you can use it. You can enjoy it. Now my personal favourite splattering method for the fireworks is the one where you hold the other brush and you do some little taps. That's putting a little bit of colour on there. And of course, the more yellow I mix with the white, the more obviously yellow it becomes. You know the drill. So I'm just going to do a little bit of yellow. I've got some yellow splatters. So it needs a bit more water if it's not splattering. More water is what you need. But always be careful not to overdo the amount of water. And that's probably enough yellow. Okay? And then back down to the palette. Now I think about bringing some red into this. Now I could use the standard red if I wanted to, which is the crimson or the natural red, but if you've got a brighter one, let's try it. This one's cadmium red I've got here. Feel free to play around with colours basically. So I'm going to take a bit of red and mix it with some of the white. Plenty of white is required, and like I said on this one, it's only a workshop where I'd say that white is really an essential. There's a bit of red again. I'm just going to wipe it on the side there. Back to the picture. Take my other card and just do a little bit. and sort of come down a little bit on the edges. Now this is just the next stage. We're going to build it up gradually, of course, as we always do. So this is the only way to make watercolour opaque, is to bring in that little bit of white and mix it with your colour. Now if I turn this on an angle, you can think about getting some splatters going in a direction. And how else can you get a random effect? See, I brought those out like an explosion. I know it's hard to see because there's lots and lots of splatters and splatters and splatters and splatters. It's really cool, and I can really, if we get really close into that, folks, can you see all the different colours that are starting to come through? You can see the pinks, the yellows. It's really lovely. It works great. It's very relaxing, total and utter escapism, this, isn't it, eh? And I'm loving the red, folks. So if you've got some red, have a think about using it. I think the red really stands out nice, actually, especially against your dark sky, if you've got a dark sky, of course. This is a bit of a strange comparison, but my original background at sort of uni and college and everything was actually graphic design and photography, and I spent a large portion of time teaching Photoshop, Adobe Photoshop, and I still do little bits and bobs every so often because it's such a wonderful program. So I've got and I worked as a graphic designer for years, and the way you make a firework on Photoshop is very similar to the way that we're building this up. Now, it's a prime example here of seeing it through to the end, but look how that mixture of colour is making sense, hopefully making sense. That nice bursting colour. So I've put plenty of red in my palette, as you can see here, look. It's got a bit pink, but I keep taking a bit more red and mixing it, look, with the blob of white, so I can make it darker if I need to. Just a gentle wipe on the side is a good idea. Again, it's all to do with the tapping. And I suppose really I'm kind of concentrating in the centres more so. And if your paint's getting a bit dry, it's not splattering, just add the tiniest bit of water. Now also remember that we are going to put some of the streaks on, some of the trails. This is just the explosion bit that we're actually adding at the minute. Think about the direction that you put these on. So if I turn this way and do some that way, and I can sort of go down some of the trails a little bit. So I've sort of followed it down. Same here as well, if I bring that one into view. There's quite a large one there that I could sort of go down. Just adding a little bit of water every so often. Now it doesn't matter if it's going over the water. It's not a worry to me. Look how lovely that is. See that sparkle trail there. Rotating the board. You can see those colours now, can't you? Try and do some of this over the darker parts of your sky. But I've got to say that the red working with the yellow is what's making it so far, in my opinion. Your face is covered in dots. Yeah, that's my shirt is too. But it's fun. It's a random effect, and that's what we want. We want random. Beautiful. That's the story so far. Now I'll give you a bit of time to splatter. Please feel free to experiment with colours. I've just gone for white, yellow and red. Doesn't matter which red. Any red works. So that's your 3 ways to splatter. Let me recap the 3 different ways to splatter, folks, in case you've missed any of it. So, the 3 splatter ways by Mr. Palmer. The first one is, again, make sure you get a little bit of water in, is to do the finger and tap it on the finger. That one seems to have the most control. Okay? This is probably the most effective for this picture. And then of course you've got the one that goes everywhere, which is where you pick the paint up and you hold it firm and you tap it and it kind of just pebble dashes everywhere. And that's the method that I've used on this picture. So Diane, if you want to skip back. Bottom of your screen, there's a little red bar allows you to skip back if you feel that you've missed some bits. There's one thing I've learnt, Carol Apps, you've got to protect your iPad when you splatter. Top tip. Now at this point, once I've kind of, you know, I've done a sort of overall splatter, what I want to do now is I want to put some of the actual lines that the fireworks will actually have, the explosion lines, and these are pretty much already in place because we did the lift out. So if I get close into this bunch, it's a bit messy at this point, but we need to bring some clarity back into this area, and this is where we physically paint them in. But big blobs are good, Irene. I like big blobs. Now what we're going to do here is use a similar method with whichever colour we decide, but no splattering. Thank God for that. I can't do it anymore. Just a bit of water. Choose your colour. So I want to use some of the sort of pinky colour here first because it's there. Make sure it's nice and thick. So I'm bringing a bit of white into it. But here's the thing. We need to work dry brush, okay? So important. Practice first. So if you wipe off some of the colour, some of the white, so it's very thick as well. So almost straight from the tube here with of course the red. Wipe it off. So you've got that dry brush. Even, it's a bit messy, but you know, it's only paint, it's good fun. Make your brush go a little bit flat, but certainly think about using the dry brush. Okay, and what we want to do here, again on the tissue, is hold the brush quite closely and lightly flick it out like an explosion. Now I don't want to take away all the sparkly bits, but of course I want to bring in, remember the dry brush, add a bit more colour if you need to. This wants to be nice and bright, so working literally like a clock face. But if you look close at those brush strokes, can you see how they look a little bit almost textured? Yeah, so like a sort of textured style. So feel free to use as much paint as dry as you want to. It really is important, this one. I'd say make the paint a bit lighter, but just try and imagine how a firework would taper off at the end. Have a practice with the taper. See what I mean by the taper? So think about how you put the brush in the middle, and then you flick it out with a swift flick, and make them as bright as you like. I've got lots of white on this one, so this is pretty much white I'm using here. Can you see how it makes that firework? Looks lovely, don't it? The flick, the movement, really effective, folks. Give it a go, and just, if you have a quick glance at my palette again here, you can see how I'm pretty much using just white on its own. It's got a bit of pink in it, but it's very, if I get close into that, let's get really close into that for you. It's very thick paint, just a bit of dampness what's in the palette, and a little bit of a tap on tissue. And that is like, if you look at the brush, you can probably see it's pretty much white, just on the tissue there. Look, very strong, that's the secret here. Back to the picture. Really lovely effect, because these want to stand out, and white's the colour that's going to stand out more than any. And it's the way that you apply the brush. You sort of do it dry brush. So you kind of come from the middle, and then you just flick, and you sort of rest your hand in a position that allows you to rock, and then you can sort of sweep it in. And because the white paint is dry as you put it in, look how it sort of hits and misses, and it makes a lovely firework effect. So a few people, Carol and Diane's having a few issues, but I am broadcasting at full strength here, so I imagine the issue is your end, unfortunately. We are leaving the building okay, as it were. Remember, if it's too dry, just add a little bit of water to it. Feel free to play around with colours and different variations on that. But here you can see me doing another one, look. I'm going to add some yellow, but I would say the more towards white, the better for this, because that's where you're going to see it. And I think that hopefully it made sense at the beginning. I tried to make it as clear as I could that you need to make sure you've got plenty of white paint, plenty of dark paint. But the secret here is dry, thick colour to make the firework do its thing. And if you get it right, this dry brush, it really makes use of the watercolour paper that you've got. Like so. Try resetting your iPad, Carol, if you've got problems with the the connection there. That looks so effective. And like I say, the method for painting the fireworks very much has come from my kind of photographic background. And it's loosely, as Barbara has just asked a question, is it following the sort of rubbed out lines? Well, yes, pretty much, but feel free, Barbara, to add a few more. You know, so for example, on this small firework I've got just here, look, let me show you this one. So the small one I've got just here, this tiny one, you can just about make out the rubbed out lines, can't you? So a quick glance at the palette, let me do a whole firework again for you. I'm just going to clean the brush, because I want to put some yellow into this one. So there's the yellow, let's pop a bit of yellow just at the side here. Now I don't want too much yellow, it's pretty much going to be white if I'm honest. That's going to be the main colour, but there's a little, let's get some more yellow. A little hint of yellow coming into that one. I'm just going to mix some yellow with the white. Just at the side there. Now again, very, very little water. That's your secret, folks, to this, okay? And more towards a white than anything, and very thick, slight wipe on the tissue helps as well, but very thick. You can probably make out the colours a little bit creamy. It's got that little hint of yellow, not much, but dry. Back to the picture. Don't forget to give it a tap on tissue as well. Now, basically, I can just about see those rubbed out lines. So from the centre, look, I want to pivot. So I'm resting my little finger, it kind of shoots out on my paper. And I'm just going to come from the centre and just very lightly, using the rubbed out lines loosely, but like I just said a second ago, add a few more in between. Make it up, but use your rubbed out lines as your guide. Lift out lines, if that makes sense. Less is more, folks. And you can see it makes the little explosion of firework. But it's the dry texture that I'm wanting to capture, okay? That being the secret. That nice dry texture. But don't add too much colour, because that's the thing with these. Now, if you prefer to use a finer brush, then please do. Also think about rotating your board a little bit as well. So I've just rotated this thing on the side here, look folks, and I can add some more trails coming out. It's like painting a flower, I suppose, in a way, isn't it? You know, working from that central point. There you go. So you can see we've got the 3 fireworks there. There's no reason why I can't go back to these ones and put a bit more colour from the centre, because I want these things to really stand out. Now quite often you see a trail going up to the firework before it explodes, don't you? Now how do you do that? Well, you've kind of got the trail with the mist, but if you want to emphasise it some more, like from this one here, this little yellow one at the bottom, then as long as you're careful, you can almost create a trail that comes down and tapers off. Can you see how that one's got the movement? Does that make sense? The movement. If your paper's come stuck from the board shell, it's probably the masking tape's not great. Okay. Now, we've just had an email come through that someone's been a wee bit naughty on Facebook and published a discount code for members. Now it shouldn't work, but if it's you or you know the person, could you ask them to remove it for us, because that's not really good ethics. So thank you to Teresa for pointing it out. And that makes me wonder as well, Joseph, sometimes. Now I'd be tempted with this, folks, as well. Just while I've got you, I'm just going to get close in here to where the fireworks kind of shoot up, because you always get a few new fireworks coming up from ground, and I'm going to bring them up from here. And you often get a little spot at the top where they're rising up. So feel free to put some little spots of new fireworks coming up. You see what I mean? So what you do is you paint a line going up, and then pop some little spots at the top, almost little stipples, and that helps to give you the sort of more definite sort of firework. So you get them sort of rising up from the centre there. Now if you look at the two sides, well said, Joe. Can you see here, this one's with the white paint, that's without. So I want to give you a few minutes just to fiddle with that. Remember the dry brush being the key. So really what we've got here is these fireworks pretty much complete, and this side just wants a bit more work on. So I'm going to continue to work on this side, and then of course give you time to work away. But I've got to say that they do really, it's a really effective technique, and I hope you're enjoying producing them. So I'm going to come back to the sort of pinky red colour because I'm just alternating, but just to make it clear, pretty much most of what I'm doing here, folks, is pretty much just white. Because it's got a bit of colour surrounding it, that's why it's appearing as more of a pink, but white will work very well. And don't be afraid to use white, you know, bring in bits of red if you want to. But the great thing about having a big mixing area like this is you can sort of just bring in various little colours and, you know, have a little bit of extra white on your palette and so on. Experimenting is the key. But always that little bit of a tap on tissue before you apply the colour, because the dryness of the paint is what makes this thing actually work. And like I mentioned, you know, sort of rotating your board is a nice thing to do as well for this. And if you find your white's getting a bit dry, just that little bit of water to reactivate it. But I certainly find that rotating the board is one of the ways to make this thing actually work. And like I say, you know, it's been a long time since I've painted fireworks. I have done quite a few in the past at lessons and workshops, but this was waiting to be done, and the effect for doing them, I suppose I've always kept a bit secret until now. So now you know the official secret for painting fireworks, and it is very, very effective. And I hope you're happy with how yours is going as well, folks. You know, but remember, it is, every workshop is a lesson. Always remember that. It's all about learning. So now we've got another firework over here, but you can add as many or as few of these as you want, because at the end of the day, it's your picture. Just on the subject of that, what I just said about being your picture, always give credit to Mr. Palmer when you put these on Facebook or exhibitions or anything like that. I know most of you do anyway, which I'm grateful of, because these concepts are my kind of copyright, I suppose, in a way. And obviously, you know, I'm happy for you to sell pictures leisurely, but we just need to give credit to the artist if possible, based on a picture by, inspired by. I had lots of nice Christmas cards come through that people had put that little credit on the back, so very grateful for that. Does make a difference. Don't forget on these fireworks, folks, to do some downward strokes. These kind of sort of directional strokes. But as we said all the time with the fireworks, it's the swift flick. And hopefully a good example of how you need to stick with a painting as well, because it's so easy to give up on a painting, as we know, and but it's adding this white paint that's making the picture work. A simple thing what I've just done, folks, and this is something that you could think about on yours, just want to grab your attention for a few seconds. I literally took a very strong white paint, dry of course, and where these two fireworks overlap, I went in and just did a dry brush flick on these two trails, which has brought that one forward. Yeah, let's get that like button pressed, folks. Make sure you hit like. There's 220 people watching the workshop. We need to get some likes. Make sure you hit like. No reason why you can't sort of leave one as, you know, as a misty one if you like, but you know, it's your call at the end of the day. So if you didn't want to do any of the white, you could always leave some misty ones. Imagine a few people were sort of wondering how to do the fireworks. Well, it's a combination of photography techniques that I've picked up over the years, and actually sort of studying fireworks, as sad as that seems, and actually seeing how they're built up. But it's time to annoy your smart speaker that you've got in the house. Alexa, play firework sound effects. Now if you look, a few things that you might have missed me do. You can see at the bottom I've got a very dry brush and I've popped in some flicks going up here. And look how dry that line is. But as you go from the sort of point where the fireworks are exploding, can you see that I've got a few of these sort of dry lines, like this one here. See that line there? It really suits what you'd imagine a firework to be. So have a think about not just doing the actual fireworks themselves, have a think about also doing some trails going up as well. It's part of the atmosphere there, March, getting the fireworks. And I can do this as well. Alexa, turn it up 3. Alexa Laura's, it's the one made by Amazon, but there's obviously quite a lot around, and basically it's a speaker that you talk to. So you'd say, like, you know, Alexa, tell me a recipe for something, or what's the weather today, you know, or if you're an Amazon customer, you know, you get music, so you can play music on it, you can do quizzes. It's just a, you know, you can say, Alexa, set the alarm for, you know, what have you. So I've got to say it quiet because I don't want everybody's Alexa to go off. I'm looking forward to seeing your fireworks when we finish the workshop. I want to see your pictures on Facebook. Matthew Palmer Artist is the page. Let me just mention, folks, while you're finishing up the fireworks, can you see here this group on the left side of my painting? I've only actually done the streaks or the trails on these two. Those two I've left as lift out, so they look slightly further away. So you don't have to do every single one. Just want to mention, folks, next week's workshop, 10th of January, is getting towards the point of it being 95% full. So if you do want to get in, it's a good time to book while you're finishing your fireworks. Don't forget to get yourself booked. You remember, everyone that books in during the live workshop will get the chance to win an original painting and some books and some gift vouchers, okay? The link, of course, is in the description of the video and also on the email that was sent with the link to view this video. Snowdrops, flowers, of course, not snow. Not going to paint any snow scenes for a while now. With a beautiful footpath weaving through gorgeous trees. It's going to be a vignette. It's going to be a watercolour vignette. That soft, faded edge. Love those pretty little pictures. Yes, let's try and get the likes. Let's have a mission. Come on. For the first time on a workshop, there's 220 people watching. Let's try and get over 100 likes. If you've not hit the like button, folks, hit the like button, and also please do hit subscribe. I'd love you to subscribe to my YouTube channel, because we have some wonderful new stuff coming up very very soon on YouTube. We've just got another 7 likes. Come on, let's get over 100 likes. New Year resolution, 100 likes. Let's do this. $92, come on, we're just not 8 more. 8 more likes. You can do this. Don't forget to hit subscribe as well. $94, almost there. There you go, 101, well done. Let's get the fireworks out, shall we? To be fair, on a virtual workshop, likes don't really matter that much because it's a private workshop that only you guys can see. But on an actual video that you watch on YouTube, it does make a big impact. It makes a huge impact to the likes of me and the YouTube content creator if you hit like, and I can't tell you how much it does make a difference. Same as hitting that subscribe button, folks. That makes a big difference to me. It really does. That's the biggest difference you can do, is by hitting subscribe. Especially we've got some exciting stuff coming up this year on YouTube. Now let's just have a look at the fireworks. Let's just have a look at the fireworks. I mean, the picture is working well. We can see that. I'm really pleased with how it's come together. I hope you are as well. Let's have a look at the fireworks, and let's have a little look at how we can just kind of finish it off. Any little tweaks you want to make. And then we can reflect some colours. Now if you look at your fireworks at the minute, I'm happy with what I've got. I've got a firework display. I don't need to do anything else. But little things that you might want to do with yours, possibly, maybe, would be to add more splatter or even more fireworks. I'm very happy with what I've got here. I'm not going to make any alterations at all to this, but it's entirely up to you. So if you want to do any more splattery bits anywhere, you know, maybe in the center, then you've always got options for that. You can splatter away as much as you like, can't you? It's your call, but you know, I think what we've got works. I'm happy with this. You can decide. And of course, once we're happy with what we've got here, we're then going to work in the water, add a few reflections, obviously light reflections from the moon, from the fireworks, and put a few very subtle highlights into the background as well. Okay, so let's sort of work his way down here. Let's take a look at the distance. It needs a bit of colour, a bit of light in there. Now I don't particularly want to be using paint for this. I just want to be using water. So I'm going to get myself some dry tissue. Number 6 brush, just water. I'm just going to sort of do the thing what we did before, where you run it over a bit of tissue. So I've just got a damp brush, basically, a lift out brush, basically, and I just want to come into the hills here and just imagine where the light from the moon and the fireworks would be. So on the right side of these hills here, I can just put a bit of water into it and then just dab it off. Can you see it takes a bit of light out? Doesn't want much. Just imagine where there's a bit of light catching. Down the edge of some of those mountains, those hills. Just brings a little bit of light to it, don't it? Now remember that you can also use white paint on the moon as well. As I mentioned in the beginning. So a little bit of light here and there in those background hills. It's just enough, isn't it, just to give it that little bit of life, yeah? Can you see that? This is just using water, not any paint, folks. Just using water. So it's water, 3 or 4 wipes over tissue, and just pop some highlights in. But more so on that right hand side. Imagine where the firework is illuminating the hills. Beautiful, eh? So if you're new to these workshops, I hope this has been a nice, enjoyable workshop so far. Not finished yet, obviously. But, you know, just remember that each workshop is different. Each one's got its own little tips and tricks that you're going to learn. If you had a tree, a tall tree, and you want to make that stand out, folks, with the brush, just pop some little bits of diagonal water. Press it firmly. It's subtle, but it's enough. It's enough just to bring it forward a touch. Does that make sense? Now, if you don't find it comes off too well, do it a second time. Just that little hint of lightness, it just brings it out a touch. And I think in this picture it's enough. You could always pop in some little vertical lines. Remember, we put some trees, so some little vertical lines of water every so often, and dab it off. A hint of colour comes off, but it just indicates there's trees and things there. Smashing. And of course that would be the same over here as well. Personally, I would say that the fireworks would illuminate these trees more than the actual moon would do. That's my personal opinion. So if you've got a big chunk of trees that are overlapping, like here, this one, I can sort of take away a little bit of colour. Doesn't want much on that side, there's not really all that much to do, but that little hint of light. Yes, so quite a while ago I got about 5 weeks ago, I got a bit of a chest infection, and it's the aftermath. It's the aftermath of that. Feel fine, absolutely spot on, just a bit rusty, you know, a rusty voice. A sexy Rod Stewart voice, eh? Look at those beautiful highlights, that really looks nice. And you know where the fireworks are exploding out here, if you're careful and you pick up a little bit of the white paint, you could just add a little hint of white, or whichever colour you can find, just so there's a little bit of light catching. See the little bits of light I've put on? Clean your brush, wipe it dry, and ever so gently just skim over that white you've put on and soften it into the surrounding area. What it'll do, will just illuminate it enough just to say it's just, as it explodes, it's catching a bit of the surrounding landscape. Optional, of course. Excuse moi. Now, that would also apply to any other bits in your mountains and trees that you feel the light from the fireworks would catch. For example, if I pop a little bit just on the tips of that tree there, just a few little strokes, and even just a few little bits just slightly on the edge. I'm just painting these little sort of wiggly lines of light colour. But then what you do is you get water, wipe it almost dry, then go back and quickly skim or glaze around that light you've put on, which is the sort of white and yellowy whatever is in your palette mix, and it just adds a little bit of illumination as though it's catching it. Yeah, it's not essential, you can live without it. Too much of that and your mountains or your hills will leap out way too much. So it really is a case of less is more for that. But for me, it just puts a little bit of, as you can see there, that little bit of light really does work, don't it? Loving it. And of course that same thing would work over this side as well. So on these trees, if you want to pop any light in the trees, just little hints, because obviously there's a lot of fire goes into these, a lot of power. Notice I've changed the side where the light is on that side. Clean brush again, wipe it almost dry. So you've got a damp brush, number 6, you just go in and you just skim. And when I say skim, that means you work fairly quickly. Because if you scrub, all that will happen is you'll wash away that darkness. Yes, I've just received an email. Someone's just mentioned about publishing their versions of my pictures. So like in this situation here, for example, it's obviously my picture that you're working from. It's education, which is absolutely fine, and it's absolutely spot on to publish your pictures on a leisure basis. If anyone's into selling them commercially, then obviously you shouldn't be doing it, but please do pop them on Facebook, pop them in galleries, etc. But always give a credit, always, because of copyright law, to the artist. So for example, in my case, based on a painting by Matthew Palmer, for example. That light looks lovely there. Really effective. But you don't want to be overdoing that. There you go. How's that looking, folks? Getting there, aren't we? probably a prime example, this workshop, of, yeah, it's the same Pete. Yeah, so if you buy a book, by any artist, there's normally a disclaimer saying that these books are for leisure, you know, and enjoy. If you're a professional artist, then obviously you're doing your own stuff, but some artists just won't let you publish their work that they've based or they've copied from you. But for me, I think it's great that people think enough about my paintings that they want to publish it. It's an honour in some respects, but you just need to give a credit to the artist, that's all. And that's all it is, basically, to say inspired by Matthew Palmer, based on a painting by. Or if you put it on Facebook, just put done from Matthew's watercolour workshop or demo or something. It helps me massively. It really does. How are we looking, folks? How are we looking? Yeah, so when I say publish, I've just had an email about this. So when I say publish, I don't mean publish as in have a book published, because that is completely breaking all copyright laws, you know. But if you were just to put it on Facebook or something, or have it framed in an exhibition or a gallery, then that's when you should be really giving some, you know, sort of kickback to the artist. Right, folks, looking good, thoroughly enjoying this one. It's been a pleasure to do with you today. Hope you've enjoyed it too. You need to get yourself booked in for that workshop for next week, the 10th. It's over 95% full. If you don't want to miss out on it, now's a good time. We're playing it cool here, folks, on this one. We're going to put some light in the water, some of the colours in the water, and a bit of moon reflection. Job's a good one. I've had people in the past that have sort of, in fact there was somebody actually who was selling, they'd sort of taken one of my paintings that they'd purchased and they'd reproduced it onto postcards, mugs, tea towels, and of course, like we say, in some respects it's an honour, but really you should be, you know, you have to get a credit from the artist to do that, and that's a bit of a grey area, that one, isn't it? That's something that was being done commercially, let's say. Now I've just popped a little bit more light down here, folks. Can you see in this corner? It was on the brush. I popped a little bit of the yellow just to represent like a little line of trees or something, just catching the light from the fireworks. These are all optional things. Taking a nice bit of shape. And we'll finish it off by putting a little bit of light in the water. Now if you're new to painting, this is your first workshop, then obviously, you know, don't sort of give up at the first picture. If it's not worked for you, one of the things I always like to say to people is that paintings do grow on you, and that's also true for me as well. My paintings, at the point of painting them, okay, I'm pretty happy, walk away, come back the next day or the next evening, it's a different picture, because I've sort of walked away. I've walked away from the sort of being sat there and intensely painting it, and you start to appreciate it. It's exactly the same as music as well. Sometimes the first time that you listen to a song of maybe your favourite artist or something, you don't always like it, but then you stick with it and it kind of grows on you. So finish it off because there's a little bit to go. Well done to everybody that's stuck out. We've pretty much maintained numbers all the way through. That's been really good for this one because a very different picture, this one, to what we've been doing. And of course, if you've not seen any of the previous workshops, they all are available to pick up. You can purchase all the previous ones right back to number 1. These are them. Everything from the Northern Lights through to the animals, the flamingos, the roam, the penguins. And the link to pick up all the previous workshops, yours to keep forever, is there in the chat. So that's everything from the robin, and some pictures that aren't on that sheet actually, that I just showed you, is the robin that we did just before Christmas. That was a lovely one to do. That was a pleasure. The one painting in 4 seasons, going from the spring, the summer, the autumn, the winter. I enjoyed that one. Oops a daisy. And then of course we've got the festive doorway, if you're still feeling festive. One of my favourites actually was the winter still life. That was a lovely one to do. So there's 40 to choose from. If you missed any, want to have a go. It's all filmed just like this. You just watch it back, just at your leisure, and just enjoy it. Okay, so your water, just like mine, is probably full of little bits of splatters. There's loads of them around, but it's all part of it. Leave them there. No one's going to worry about that. But you've just realised that with a damp brush, it's very easy to wash away white. Look at these splatters here. These are going to stay there. These are part of fireworks. How many times have you had a firework showing little bits of embers come flying down, you know? So it's, I think it's kind of, you know, it kind of goes with it really. And of course you can use, if anyone had any vouchers purchased for Christmas, you can use those for the purchasing. But remember, you need to ask the person that bought it to give you the instructions, because if you purchase a workshop or a past workshop with a voucher, what will happen is it will say the payment's not gone through, but it does. It's the only way you can do it with a workshop. Some vouchers do not work with workshops. If you've won a voucher, they do not work with workshops. It's a different voucher altogether. Okay, so let's take a look, folks. We're going to put some light in this thing now, okay? First thing I want to do is actually use a craft knife. Now, we've not used the craft knife yet. Now, if you've not got a craft knife, don't worry, because you could use white paint for this, but a very sharp craft knife here. There it is. And I want to use the point of it, otherwise there's no point in, you know what I'm going to say. So I'll start off here along the water's edge, quite sharp. I'm going to go in and do some horizontals in the water. Can you see those horizontal lines that are being scraped in? It's a lovely effect, but you need to get in with your knife and scratch where the fireworks are coming from. You can be a little bit more adventurous. Can you see I've almost done a big series of horizontal lines. Don't be afraid to do this. It might seem daunting, but it's part of it. But it works lovely along the horizon, if you like. So over here, for example, come back a little bit there. I can scrape away. Where the moon is, make sure you line the moon up, of course. You can put some extra. Making them slightly wider is to get lower down. So if you look back at that whole thing now with a craft knife, you can see it's put some light in the water. Can you see where it kind of sort of lines up where the fireworks are? Make sure you keep your lines horizontal though for me, very important. And then of course where the moon is as well. So you can see it kind of lines up quite well there, which is good. Which way do you hold the knife? Well, what you do is you hold the knife so the point and the blade actually touches the paper and scrape. Now it tends to work better in one direction than the other. If anybody wasn't too happy with your fireworks, I'll not do it on mine because the fireworks work okay, but just to show you that you could also consider using it for, can you see that? And the trails. So it does also give that speckle effect. Now I'm going to put some other colours in the water. And don't it work nice? It works nice in the fireworks as well as in the water as well. It's not just about the water, you can bring it into your fireworks as well to give a bit more, bit more oomph to it. March, yeah, Mrs. Brown's Boys. You know, I've been lucky to see Mrs. Brown's Boys live a couple of times in the past. Honestly, yeah, it's so funny. I mean, you've got to have broad shoulders, I think, but it's the Christmas episode's always good as well. But Mrs. Brown's Boys is a good crack. If anyone's not sure what I'm talking about, just do a quick internet search for Mrs. Brown's Boys. It's a BBC comedy about an Irish family, let's say. Very, very funny. If you've got my kind of sense of humour, you'll probably enjoy it. Okay, so let's just finish off by putting a bit of reflection of some of the fireworks. The water's got movement, so it's going to be little ripples of light, and we don't want a huge amount because the picture is working nice as it is. So it's the moon and the fireworks that I want to be thinking about reflecting. It is a bit rude and crude, but it's in this world of COVID, just like my painting workshops, it's good escapism. It really is. Okay, so let's have a little think and have a little look down at palette. Let's take a look down here. And we've still got the white mixed up with the red and the yellow. Okay, now it's probably gone a bit dry, but that's okay because a bit of water. I'll take the yellow here actually. I'll get some more yellow. It's the yellow and the white and the red and the white, but I don't want much of this. Just a little hint of it, folks, is all I'm interested in. So I'll take some of the yellow. I want to mix it in with some of the white. There it is. And just a bit of a tap on tissue again. I don't want a huge amount of this because I think, looking back on the picture, it works nice as it is. So down here, sort of to where the fireworks are exploding. Because remember, how do you work out how to do a reflection? How do you judge a reflection? How do you gauge it? You measure from the horizon to where the firework is. It's off the paper and bring it down. So what we're going to say is a bit of light here on this one. If the fireworks were lower down, we would have seen the firework reflect there. It depends where you, how much firework, how much space you've got. So on this particular one, with this colour, I'm just going to pop in some little ripples across the foreground here. Working across horizontal lines. Now this is yellow mixed with a bit of white, so you get that sort of bursting colour. Now in a second or two, don't worry, because that's quite striking. Yeah, in a second or two I want to tone it down. Now that goes back almost to the point. Notice it's like a funnel, gradually gets thinner as it goes back to where the fireworks were set off from. Simply clean your brush, give it a couple of taps on tissue, so you've got a damp brush here, and just go in and just like you did with those trees, just sort of sweep across and soften and glaze so it slightly blends them out, as we mentioned previously with the light in the trees. So I'm just sort of softening them in, and it just kind of catches the light, don't it? You know, if I zoom back on that, even at that point, you can see how it kind of catches the reflection of them. It doesn't want too much, just a little bit, and that's all I'd expect to be seeing, to be honest. But keep refreshing that brush in the water. Got a blob there, not a blob, do we? Let's get rid of that. And wash out any bits of the colour that you're not happy with. Now it kind of works without this, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, so if you're not a fan of this idea, then just leave this bit out. It's optional. But it just like it mirrors the funnel shape, where it goes up, gets wider up, it gets wider down at the bottom, of course. Think about how reflections would work. Now if you've got some white paint in your palette, if you can squeeze a bit of white. There we go. If you've got some white, just a little hint of white just on the tissue there. I'm not going to put a lot of this on, folks. I feel like a little bit of white from the moon would be quite nice. I don't want much of this, just a hint. But in a similar fashion, I'm starting about halfway down with this. Make sure you line it up, of course. Just a little bit of white there, just to say the moon's catching the water. Can you see that? If I zoom back, you can see where we've gone with that, look. How did you get on with the craft knife? Did you enjoy using that? I always think it's a nice effect, and it's now time to look at the picture from a slight distance and think, is any bit of water looking a bit bland? Well, over this side to me it looks a little bit dark. So for me, I think a better way to do that would be, rather than using the white paint, I think the craft knife would do it better. So I'm just going to extend and pop a little bit of light down here. Don't want much. I always think craft knife's a little bit more, it's crisp, but it's more natural looking, I think, sometimes. So it's almost extending from what you've done. Now while you're finishing off your water, a few things to bear in mind, folks. Just bear in mind that I don't want you to go too crazy with the amount of white and craft knife that you use. If you put some white on that you're not happy with, feel free to use a damp brush to glaze it in. And also, just while you finish things off, folks, I'm going to be picking the winners now in the next couple of minutes. So again, get yourself booked in for next week's workshop to take part in the giveaway. We've got a painting of mine to give away, and some books and a voucher. So three prizes to be given away while you're finishing things off on your picture there. Hopefully if you've won a prize, you've received it by now. Everything's been sort of sent out, so might have got lost in the Christmas post somewhere maybe, but and also just to mention, we are getting down to single figures on that animal book as well, so if anyone's still interested in picking up one of those animal books, signed and numbered, get your order in. Watercolour TV. So just a couple of minutes, folks, and I'll have the winners for you. Bear with. Yeah, of course you can use a paint instead of a craft knife. The craft knife's kind of optional. I know some people aren't big fans of craft knives, but I think that they do actually add a bit of, you know, a nice bit of something to it. What will really suit this picture, of course, is a frame, with it being quite a dark picture. So if I pop a frame on that one, that'll really, I think, sort of frame it up nice there with the beautiful fireworks. Look at that, stunning. The fireworks and the reflection of the moon. So if you didn't get the moon, I know a few people were asking me about that, weren't they? Let's just get a close up on this so we can see what we've got here. So if you didn't get the moon in your picture and you wanted to get it, I'll show you that in a second. Brilliant. Let's pick some winners. So the winner of the painting here, Matthew Palmer painting with the old gate, is Barbara Jenkins. Well done to Barbara Jenkins, you win this. This will get sent out to you within a week or so. Barbara Jenkins. The winner of 3 watercolour books, including one mine based on mountains, is Samantha Russell. Samantha Russell, you win 3 books. And £20 voucher goes to Bill Dobson. Well done to Bill Dobson, you win £20 voucher. Well done to Barbara Jenkins for winning the painting, and well done to Samantha Russell for winning the books. They will get sent to you within the next week or so. Well done to all of you. Thank you for taking part, folks. And let's have a little look how to quickly do that moon, just to quickly show you for those people that didn't quite get the moon. I wouldn't do this over the top of it because it's nice to keep some distance. It's nice to keep some distance between the moon and the fireworks. So don't have the moon too bright, in my opinion. That's just personal preference. So one of the hardest things with a moon is getting it round. So if you come back to the system where you do the coin in the tissue, make sure you double up your tissue, always. And paint white paint on the end of it. Quite a lot. Now, this doesn't go perfect, but what it does is it gives you the shape. And you can go back in and tidy up. Does that make sense? But if you got the moon, my advice to you is don't change it. I think as a picture, I think that the moon is just perfect, being slightly paler because it looks further away. Of course, well, we know it is, don't we? And it just looks better, I think, as a scene. But there's your fireworks, folks. That's your scene. What a pleasure that was to do. Now, as always, it will be wonderful to see your pictures on Facebook after the workshop has ended. Let's take a close-up look at these fireworks, shall we? All caused by beautiful splattering, of course. Pan over here, using the white. That's the secret. Coming down to where the fireworks explode, of course. Adding the light in the water just reflects it lovely. And just remember, folks, this is your workshop to keep. It's yours to keep and enjoy. So if you wasn't 100% happy with how it went first time, then just give it another go. You know, I mean, that's what it's all about, trying it and enjoying it. But yeah, that was personally, I'll say it's the favourite one of the year, but of course it's the only one of the year, but it's something nice about it, something, you know, with the fireworks exploding. It just made a picture, and it's made a pleasing picture, something that I could live with on the wall. And I hope you learned some new techniques throughout that workshop. I really do. And please get yourself booked in for this. We do still have a few spaces left. Get yourself in. If you're watching this back at a later stage, then if it doesn't say workshop fully booked on the website on Watercolour TV, then you know there's space available. So it's all about snowdrops, those gorgeous little white flowers, which are the first flowers to come through, yeah, in the winter, in the new year, with the stunning woodland setting, with a beautiful footpath weaving through, gorgeous watercolour vignette, that soft faded edge. It's going to be a beautiful picturesque woodland next week, folks. Gorgeous colours, and of course the beautiful white flowers. That's your fireworks. Hope you enjoyed that. Please do pop this on Facebook. Very soon there'll be a post on Matthew Palmer Artist's Facebook page where you can pop your version of this picture. I'd love to see it because I don't get a chance to see them, and it really does make my day when I see your pictures. Make sure you keep an eye on this YouTube channel, because later this week, that's the week of the 4th of January 21, you'll see a live demo coming up. So please hit subscribe. I need you to subscribe, folks. Hit the bell. And also check out the Watercolour TV membership. Keep an eye on the new Watercolour group, Matthew Palmer's Watercolour group. Do a search on Facebook for Matthew Palmer Watercolour group. It's free to join, and it's a great place to share all the watercolours that you do with me, because that's what that group is about. It's about sharing your paintings that you've done with me like this, and it's just nice to see them. It's like a little private world. But please don't post any discount codes or anything like that. Causes a few problems if you do that. Keep it ethical, and just keep the paint flowing. And again, Happy New Year to everybody, folks. Thank you for joining us. Keep well, make sure you keep safe, and see you next Sunday, if not before, for the snowdrops. And of course we've got some live demos coming up in the week as well. I think we've got some animated fireworks as well. Happy New Year to everybody as well.